waiting to die. What makes it unusually cruel is the waiting. When a man knows the date of his own death, each moment becomes a profound torture.
End of the line.
Welcome to Carnate, inmates. Enjoy your stay.
Any of you got jackrabbit blood, I will blow you wide open. Hear me?
So this beginning section only occurs if you've already completed the game once. It's like a little intro to see how the events would happen. In the corner there is a cowboy hat, which if you interact with it will allow you to hear some audio commentary from the producers. But I'm going to do my best not to talk too much more until this intro section's over, as there's quite a bit of information you can get from it.
I got a low tolerance for inmate bullshit.
You see that guy? Fucking degenerate killing some kids.
His own kids is what I heard. Fucking baby killer.
Shit. I won't for a bunk,
He
man.
won't be around for long. The shitbag's joining the short timers on death row.
Oh, shit. He'll appeal and appeal and appeal. Cocksucker got 8 years left. Easy.
Fucking travesty. I say we speed it up. Cut him down to size.
Yeah. COs won't give a damn if we shiv
We're
him.
just saving him the trouble.
I say we do.
Hell yeah. Let's do this shit.
Look alive, shit's going down. You're mine now. Damn it.
You ready for this?
Whatever you want.
Jesus Christ.
Time to die. Or let him kill each other. Damn it!
Your job wasn't to search those. No way.
Psycho did?
I'm ready to drop your weapons and make it a family. Which one of you do I get to shoot first?
I still believe in you.
What the fuck just happened? Don't move, inmate, or we will shoot you. Miles, Ernesto, get in there and get him under control.
Shit, what are we gonna do with him?
Not much we can do. Man's already going to death row.
The worst place on earth. My first day on the island, I knew my life was over. I had reached the heart of darkness, a Stygian abyss, the supreme nexus of despair. I knew.
How many times have I done this? And I still hate it.
I swear Abbott's full enough already.
At least when you escort an inmate to death row, you know he's scheduled to get what he deserves.
Ernesto, you can really be a jackass. You know that?
But you hear what this one did?
I don't want to know. You know what
He beat his ex-wife to a bloody pulp. Killed her with his fists.
Look, I said I didn't...
Then he drowned one son in the tub and threw the other out a window. Don't ask me to cry for him.
Inmate, is this true?
Oh, he won't say. Claims he blacked the whole thing out. A likely story. The needle's too good for him. Filthy inmate. They should all die.
Willie's bed isn't even cold yet, and already they brought in a new guy.
I heard he killed his old lady and kids. Sick motherfucker.
Be quiet, you jerry-curled fool. Don't you know who that is?
Why should I?
That's Torque, the man himself. Word is he shivved half the Aryan Brotherhood over at Easton.
So fucking what? I can understand a guy killing his old lady, but he popped his kids too. Motherfucker deserves to be strapped down and dosed.
You believe what the COs tell you, Slick? You don't know shit about the man. I'm telling you, what I heard, he's all right.
That cocksucker
cocksucker's not gonna be alright for long if he's in the row with the rest of us short-timers.
Shut your cracker ass, Goose. Man's due respect. You show him respect.
I decide who I respect, shit boy. Don't you go telling
Quiet
me.
down in there. Some of you want to go back on the low? I didn't think so.
Hey, you. Yeah, you. Neighbor. Nice to meet you. My name's Floyd. How long you got to get turned on the table, huh? You all out of appeals? Your lawyer fuck you? I read about your trial. They got no witnesses, all circumstantial evidence. No one knows what really happened but you. But you can't remember a thing, is that right?
Best not to listen to him talk. Floyd's a degenerate parasite. They should have slapped the cuffs on him coming out of his mama's
At least
tongue.
I know Jesus is with me, man. Whatever I've done, the Reverend says Jesus has forgiven me.
Will you shut the fuck up, you baby-raping, sodomizing sack of shit?
I was just asking the man a question, Goose. Whoa!
What the fuck is this shit?
It's an earthquake. What the hell's going on?
CO, you gotta let us out. We're still humans, man.
The whole
We got
fucking
rights.
place is coming down.
Sweet Jesus, what the hell was that?
Slick, you okay,
Is the
man?
prison collapsing? Are we sinking into the ocean? CO! CO! What the hell's going on?
Slick, what in the fuck just happened? Slick! Slick! Goose, you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here. And it wasn't me. If that's what you're thinking, I didn't touch that.
What was that? Goose? For fuck's sake, what's going on? That was close. I thought we were done for. We gotta get out of this shit can before it collapses. Shit. There's something in here. It's in here! Help me!
Now, is that how you start a game, or is that how you start a game? I think this game came out like a year after Doom 3, but it does such a good job of building the atmosphere up. I'm just going to try and escape here, and hopefully the guard won't be a prick about it.
Inmate, back in your cell. Everything's under control.
Oh, it's so good. It's so good. This is just all around a really fun game, although it's a little bit older now. If you can get it work on emulator, it's one I would recommend going back to. It's got this... it's got a really good progression, I'd say, because, I mean, kind of giving it a tad away with the intro, that you can turn into this weird monster thing that just fucks everything up. And you're not meant to know that originally. And what you find is at the start of the game, it has much more of a horror vibe. And then as you progress further and further along and you realise the character you're playing is more than a match at everything you come across, it kind of shifts a little bit. And it becomes more actiony as the game goes along, and I just really like that progression. Like, it still remains really creepy, and all the creatures you come across have this weird body horror to them, though.
Listen to me. You gotta get out of there. That island's more than just a prison. It's so much worse. It brings out the worst in everyone. Get out of there, T. Run! Run as fast as you can.
And I wonder who that could be. Who is phoning us and knows specifically where we are? There's a lot of good, not just body horror, but a lot of psychological horror in this as well. It's just, it's brilliant. And it's quite, I find, a testament to the creators that the beginning part is relatively restrained. It might not seem like it right now because there's like dead bodies flying through windows and stuff. But we've only so far seen glimpses of the creatures or monsters, however you would describe them. And it's actually quite a while till you even fight one. And I just like the fact that it takes this time just to build up this mood, build up this atmosphere. And you can just see this prison just go to shit. Just, there's earthquakes going on, sections are crumbling.
Thank God I made it into the light. I think I'm safe in the light. You've got to get me out of here! Oh, God.
And one aspect which they absolutely did not need to do, but I quite appreciate, is the fact that when you're fighting or killing things up close, blood will end up going on Torque's shirt. And eventually it scrubs off, otherwise you would just be covered in blood from start to finish. But it's a nice little touch just to add on top of it, because as we get towards the later section, it does get very, very over the top. And just like the little radio hitches you hear from other people when you're... It makes it feel like the prison is like a living, breathing place. There are other people that have their own journeys, their own lives, and are just trying to survive. And just, the creature design. Okay, so the very first creature we come across, we only have a shiv to take it out. But if you start stabbing it in quick succession, you get in the corner, they're actually not too bad. Torque's kind of a badass.
Hold it right there, or I will cut you down. You hear me, inmate? Do you hear me?
Give him a chance.
Ah, to hell with protocol. Everything's gone to shit. Right now, I prefer a murdering scumfuck from the road to one of those monstrosities. We got a better chance to survive if we stick together. But you will do exactly what I say, or I will punch a hole in your sorry ass. Got it?
Calm down. Fuck you. Don't let your...
From what I've seen these bastards spawn, prefer to stay in the dark. Go get a flashlight from the break room down the hall. And no funny stuff, or I will blow your head off. Comprende?
Every time you come across a character in this game, you will basically almost have an angel and a devil telling you what to do. And I'm not going to say too much about... it's nice little bit of continuity. These are the bodies we saw get completely screwed over when we was looking at the security camera footage earlier. But I'm sure you could probably piece together a fair bit about who the female voice is. The male voice who keeps telling you to kill everyone, it takes a little bit longer to figure out who that is. And at first it just seems like it's his inner demon, right, but it's another character.
We gotta head downstairs to get out of this shithole. And you better stay out of my way. If I need to shoot more of those fuckers, I will not hold my fire on your account. You read me?
I do just like, because you come across several survivors throughout the game, and they put quite a lot of emphasis into trying to get them to have unique personalities, despite the fact that they usually aren't with you for too long. So, as you can see, this CO is kind of an asshole. And to be fair, I can understand if you're a CO where most of the inmates are murderers and rapists and... Like, let's face it, this kind of place is not what they put, like, the low offenders. This is meant to be, like, the worst of the worst. So you can understand why he's a bit apprehensive. But if you just stick with him, he'll take out most of the enemies. Because the shiv is not the best weapon. And also, if you try to actually go in, you might get shot. So let him deal with them.
For an inmate, Carnate Island's got a strange history. And Abbot is one fucked up hoosgow. Let me tell you, we better stay away from the fucking basement. If things are bad up here, down there, it's gonna be like the mouth of hell.
I always saw the good in you.
God damn! What the hell was that? I gotta check it out. Stay here!
So yeah, we just saw a flash of a woman, which I'm fairly certain you could probably... imagine to be Torque's late wife, which it is. It is Torque's late wife. So every time you come across characters in this game, you can either choose to help them, you can choose to ignore them, or you can choose to kill them. And one thing this game does that I think is quite interesting is that the ending will change based on how you act in the game. And the reason I find it interesting is because the ending is basically finding out how you got here. What were the actions that led up to you being incarcerated? So it's a bit strange because your actions basically change the past. Some of the audio I do find to be quite haunting. I know to get inspiration for this game, a lot of the creators actually went to I think it was a defunct prison, which is in the special effects, like special features after it, to get inspiration. And I can't help but think that they did a little bit of research into what people actually said who were on death row. So I'm just struggling trying to figure out how to move this to get kind of a feel of what's going on. And I feel that because of that, there's a certain level of authenticity running through it. Like some of the way the characters act, admittedly they can sometimes be a bit over the top, but I mean, for the most part, I mean, you'll come across a lot of the prison guard that are usually nice. They're usually apprehensive towards you because they think you're an asshole. And you'll also come across inmates that are assholes and not assholes. So they do, you know, they do try to put a bit of flavour. You know, not everyone who is in here necessarily deserves it. And there's a lot of intrigue in like the different execution methods. So no prizes for guessing how that particular person died. Electric chair, obviously. And I do love just some of the creature designs, because the enemies you come across, the way they're designed and the method they use to attack you is usually based on the method of execution involved. I don't necessarily know if it's the act of the execution itself or whether these are meant to be the people that were killed, because I don't think that would make sense. You end up coming across more enemies than would reasonably have been killed by that method in this area, at least. So I'm not sure if it's just the act, or maybe it's the idea that everyone anywhere that was killed by a certain method ends up being manifested here, as opposed to just the ones on this island. But the first enemies we're coming across is... I remember my friend growing up, there was a game called a TV show called Shaolin Showdown, and he always used to refer to these creatures as the Jack Splicer creatures, because they look like one of the villains in it, because he had like these weird gadgets and stuff. But these creatures are slayers, and as you can probably tell, their method of execution was beheading. And every now and then we might get a close look, especially in first person mode, and you'll notice that their heads are not actually attached to their bodies. They're kind of suspended on kind of like this metal apparatus, and they're actually held aloft with it. And what that ends up meaning is that even if you blow their heads off... Oh. So, I mean, sometimes a little bit over the top. I know there's a lot of resentment towards the people locking you up, but... So if you want to have some negative karma points, you can turn the gas chamber on and kill the CEO here. But we're going to try and they're practical jokes. Oh, I just love it. There's just so much profanity. They didn't even try and hold back. It's brilliant. So yeah, but for this playthrough, we're going to try and... I'm just going to run past those, because if we get through here, the door will shut and we don't deal with them. So a certain ghost demon is a little bit disappointed that we didn't try to kill him. And we'll start guessing him anyway. And unfortunately, there isn't any way you can save him. I've played this bit a few times. It's just... he's going to die.
This is a mistake. Shut off the gas. Open the door. Can you hear me? Do something. Fuck you. Those are my last words. You.
Just reminds me of Game of Thrones. Those are your last words? Fuck you. You can do better than that. So yeah, the Slayers here, this one will break through the glass, and that's how we get out, because the gas is going to start spilling out, and as we can see, we start to take damage. Just going to quickly run out through there. We're just going to close the door on you. We're not... oh, just going to run away from him. We only have a single revolver at the moment. As you can see, we don't have a huge amount of ammunition, so we're just going to run through a lot of the beginning enemies until we are a little bit better equipped to take them on. Descending. Take away a man's light, his clothes, his food, his friends, his air, and you leave him with nothing but himself. And for most, that is not pleasant company. So this is the part where we really kick it into gear, and we start to realise that there's something a little bit more untoward underneath Talk. There's something deep in him.
Can't put it off forever. This place is stronger than you.
Show me why you're in here. I want to know all about you. Death is our stock and trade here at Abbot, the final solution. I am one of the few who will admit that. First it giveth, then it taketh away.
I've been here a long time. I don't understand much about this place, but I know your being here ain't no coincidence.
Well, look what we have here. How long I have been waiting to encounter such a fascinating specimen. My understanding is you've had periodic blackouts since, when was it? Ah yes, early adolescence. Ever wonder what happens during those blackouts? Would you say you have visions of bloodshed? Yes, surely there is bloodshed.
You've seen this, right? I read about your life, you sick bastard. Put me to shame. I never got to snuff a woman. This guy's in here. Sure, innocent until presumed guilty. That doesn't affect me. Nothing compares to the deep satisfaction of terminating a human life. You already know that, don't you?
You had a wife, right? Did you love her? How far would you go to make sure she stayed yours? When you get mad, you feel you could kill a man and rip him apart with your bare hands. You ever feel that way? Maybe you're not like me. It's hard to say. You gotta fight it.
So these three characters, I really like the individual personalities. They're all people who have died on Abbot Island, but they're very, very different. And we can see they all get manifest in a different way. One through electricity, one through gas, and one through old projector film. And that ties into their personality, as well as, to a certain extent, how they died. So...
I can help you, Tom. I can make you well. I can give you control if you really want it. But first, you've got to show me. Come on now. Give it a try for me, won't you?
So basically, once he said that, we'll then get this little meter. And as we kill things, it will start to fill up. And that's what causes what we saw at the very beginning of the game, where we transformed into this weird monster thing. So we're just going to do our best to try and kill these guys without taking too much damage. And one thing I do find interesting is that all three of these, they're not all necessarily devils. One is clearly, I guess, what you would describe as evil. The ghost guy, just, he's very matter of fact about it. Dr. Killjoy, yes, that is his name. Like I said, very, very on the nose. Like, he just comes across as a bit of a psychopath, and so there's a bit more of a grey morality, I would say, with him. Whereas the guys being electrocuted, I mean, ironically enough, even though he's the only one who's in here as a prisoner, is definitely the most sympathetic. He has done bad things, obviously, to get in here, but he shows a lot of remorse for what he's done. And I just find that the dynamic of them quite interesting. So we've almost got our insanity meter full, and they're just starting to repeat their lines now. Just got one more. We have no more ammo left. Just going to try and shank the last one and do our best not to take damage. Just keep trying to like roll to the side, and here we go. And when you're in your monster mode, you have this slam attack, which actually levels up. If you see on the bottom right hand side, there's a meter, and every time we kill something, it will go up. And this is basically to level up our monster mode, for lack of a better term.
Very good. We've made a lot of progress today. But be careful. A good thing only lasts so long.
So there's a few areas where the rage mode can really, really help you out, especially because it saves ammunition. But also there's times where you're not invincible when you're transformed, and there's a few areas, especially when you're fighting a lot of ranged enemies, that if you turn into the monster mode, you just get lit up and just gunned down. So you have to be careful with using it. It's not a get out of all bad situations free card. And that's even more apparent when you realise you can't heal while you're in the beast mode. So we have on the right hand side these zombium bottles, I believe they're called, and that's our way of healing. You can't activate them when you're in beast mode. And if you end up running out of your insanity meter, the flashing yellow button, gauge in the bottom left hand side, if you end up running out while you're still transformed, your health will drain and it will kill you. So you have to be quite careful with using it. It is definitely a powerful ability, but it's one you have to use in measurement.
I know what's coming. Just pretend it. Where the fuck are you? What's taking so long? Do it. Fucking do it. Just fucking kill me.
rule of cool there, isn't it? You see a massive, great big fuck off thing, and you got a tiny little revolver, and it's just like, let's do this, let's tango. Now, ironically, considering the sheer size of these boys, if there's just one of them on its own, you can just run up to them and just stun lock them with the shiv. They don't really have any way of retaliating against that. The real threat of them comes when you have several of them. As you can see from all the guns in their back, they will do a lot of damage at a good distance. So especially if you get a bunch of them at certain angles just surrounding you and catch you in the crossfire. I'm just going to quickly skewer them and go out so I don't have to use up too much of our sanity meter. I said before, like, it's not a get out fail free card, but it is an idea to try and use the insanity meter as much as possible, because it will level up your beast mode, for lack of a better term, and you end up getting... You have to give it to the voice acting. I do think they really create quite a hostile atmosphere. So the way to go through here is just to blow up barrels. Make sure you don't stand too close, obviously.
Daddy, I can't see. Where are you? No, I don't want to see it. No, Daddy, no.
So unsurprisingly, as someone who's had his entire family killed and he can't remember what happened, he's absolutely traumatized by what happened. And as I said before, whether or not you save people determines whether or not, well, you get a good, medium or bad ending. And so even if you do go for the good ending where he's not really responsible for what happened, you would still be haunted by it, and it makes sense regardless of what ending you're going for. So I'm just going to rip through these guys. That one completely got me. The sliding shiv attack you have tends to skewer them, but you can miss quite easily with it. And oh, satisfying. That's good. And this is what I mean. These new enemies, if it's just one by their own, not too much of a problem, but when you're trying to deal with other enemies at the same time, they can just take pot shots from a distance. So those blindfolded muscle men are known as the marksmen. And as you might imagine, they are representations... Ah, you bastard. They are representations of people who have been killed by firing squad. And I believe the lore for this is that Abbot was actually a military base camp during the Second World War, and there were some people that were accused of being spies and ended up being killed by firing squad. And again, I imagine it must be a representation of all people that were killed that way, because there weren't nearly enough killed on the island to deal with the sheer amount of them that you come across. But I do like their... well, I like all the designs, actually, of these monsters. The marksmen, they're quite big and lumbering, and I suppose that's meant to represent the fact that usually it was soldiers who ended up being killed by firing squads. You'd expect them to be quite physically fit. But if you look closely... That's relevant. Speak of the devil, of what's happening, and you'll see a few posters every now and then.
Well talk, but watch yourself. This place can eat your soul.
So the marksmen, if you look at them, the guns in the back, you'll notice are mostly World War II era weapons, because obviously that was where most of those kind of executions took place. There's like rifles, what looks like M1 Grands, stuff like that. And their body looks like it's riddled with bullet holes, and they're actually wearing the blindfold on them. So why they're such good shots, I mean, we can just put down to supernatural elements, can't we? I mean, everything about this game is supernatural elements. But we're starting to get a little bit more ammo now, so we're getting stocked up a little bit. And I'm a real big fan of these darker areas where you fight in. So you have your flashlight, which you need to replenish with batteries, so you can turn that on and off. And just sometimes when you're just throwing a flare and you're having that illuminating the fight. Slumber of the dead. When you compare killing a person to putting down a dog, you cheapen all human life. And life in Abbot is the cheapest you'll find anywhere. One thing I'm quite fond of with this game is that it isn't just, you know, running through, killing enemies. There's quite a few, I guess, set pieces to set the mood, which they did not have to go through the effort of doing, but they did, and it definitely makes the game better for it. And this is just one example.
When performing a lethal injection, it is essential that the needles be placed with absolute precision. And unlike standard medical procedures, with a lethal injection you have a patient who probably does not want the procedure to occur. Therefore, it is of vital importance that the restraints be tight and strong. Even with that, trouble may arise, and it may be incumbent upon the practitioner to take matters into his own hands, using whatever sharp-bladed objects he may have on his person. Lacerations to the body at strategic locations may put the patient into a state of shock, making him far more pliable, or at the very least, causing him to bleed to death, thus achieving the desired end. And who are we kidding? We're not really trying to be humane anyway. Class dismissed.
So when I mentioned earlier that Dr. Killjoy was different from the more evil countenance that we'll get to find out later, I meant to say he's more narcissistic, not that he's not evil. Just to clear that up, because yeah, he's kind of a piece of shit, and I can't really defend what he just did, can I? Anyway, here's a friend.
Man, it's good to see another human. Wait, what the fuck? Tor, is that you? Fuck, man, it's me, Dallas from Easton. Man, if anybody could survive this shit, it figures you could. You seen some of these things, man? Fucking whack shit. I heard the government's been conducting experiments on us inmates. Next phase of MK Ultra, if you can believe that shit. Now it's turned into the mother of all clusterfucks.
He needs your protection.
He's a parasite.
It looks like there's no way out in here. Come on, man. Follow me. We gotta try to get to the outside.
If you don't help him,
So, a little bit of an escort mission. You'll have several of them throughout the game, but fortunately they're usually quite resilient. They don't fall over dead immediately.
Look what they did. This shit ain't right. You made being on the inside better. You were my main man. I miss you. You never went for that kind of thing on the inside, did you, Tor? Nah. Well, you don't know what you were missing. Come on, this shit's too fucked up to look at.
And we have a little insight as to what the next enemy is going to be from the demonstration of Dr. Killjoy, and also the syringes injected all over his body. But I mean, this guy's not too bad at defending himself. Usually, unless you actively kill them or they get just completely surrounded, the guys you have to escort are actually quite resilient, which is nice because escort missions are the bane of all gamers' existence. Having a character that you got to babysit all the time. But I find for the most part, despite the fact that yes, there are, I guess, escort-y type missions, if you are going for the good ending and you want to save these people, it doesn't really detriment the game that much. The AI is actually not too bad. They don't usually get stuck. They may not be the most help to you, but they don't fall over dead, and that alone makes it beneficial to most escort missions. So we're just going to run in and try and shank this guy, except he's not standing still, and now there's more of them, so we're just gonna gun them down. And yeah, I've noticed a few times, because with all my videos, I run them on a PSX2 emulator. I have no idea how on earth you would go about recording on just the normal time. So sometimes when I'm transforming and sometimes in loading screens, the sound gets a bit fucked up, and I do apologize for that. It's a bit... It takes you out of it a little bit. But as we can see, we've just leveled up. That was the screen we did. And now when we do this slam attack, not only is the AoE a little bit bigger, but spikes will come out of the ground. And that's pretty much all that changes whenever you level your beast mode up. It doesn't seem to have more like resilience or do more damage. It just means that his slam attack becomes stronger, which can be a wee bit of a double-edged sword, especially if you're escorting someone. The stronger ground attacks are absolute nukes. They just destroy everything around you. But if you're escorting someone... Sorry, I just blinded him. It was for your own good, I was helping you. Yeah, but they're absolute nukes, and they destroy everything around you. And if you're escorting someone, you can absolutely get them killed by doing that. So you have to be a little bit cautious using that when you have someone with you. I feel like whoever was making this game before probably had to. I mean, I don't know, but I haven't looked into it. But I sometimes get the impression they were making something very like cutesy Nintendo, and so they get to do this. It's like, oh my god, I'm just gonna swear and make everything as violent as possible and just have a fucking field day with it.
It's the government, man. They made these goddamn monsters, and you know what? I bet you even if we make it off of this rock, they gonna snuff us just to keep it a secret. They'll cover their tracks and shit. Come on, Torque. The only way out. There's some bad shit in there, man.
Abbot Prison Blues. They prime us to kill each other and then smile when we do. But I don't blame the psychos or the gangs or even the hacks. Abbot sucks us all down.
Torque, man, we gotta watch out. Fucking cutters are everywhere in here. But this is the only way to go. What the fuck is that sound? I knew coming around in here was a bad idea. You the badass killing machine, not me. I think you better take point. Lead us through this shit.
So this companion in particular is one of the more vocal ones you're going to come across, and I would call him a conspiracy theorist, but given everything that's going on and the fact that I'm pretty sure MK Ultra has proven, I can't really say he is.
It's like what they did to Byron. God damn, looks like these things kill their own too.
And yeah, sometimes the monsters will have a little bit of infighting, but you don't see it like nearly as often as say like Doom or anything. Okay, so he has a gun now, so he can actually be of some use rather than just trying to stay out of harm's way. Not a huge amount of use, but he can at least hold his own a little bit. And one thing I do appreciate about this game is the fact that you can switch from first person to third person. And it works relatively well in both. I feel like third person was what it was designed for. Oh no. Yeah, when things go to hell, some people take their jobs just a tiny bit too seriously, don't they?
Some shit out of base on this island. It's near the road that goes to the docks. That's gotta be where they started their experiments. Trying to create a super...
I love this guy. I absolutely love him. He absolutely makes this section. So this particular area is where we're going to be facing the new enemies, which has kind of been alluded to so far. And just some really good just visual storytelling, isn't there, to show what's going on. I feel like there was a lot of love that went into this game. Misplaced love, perhaps. But there's just a lot of attention to detail that I just feel like you don't see. I say nowadays, like, oh, darn kids don't understand proper games. Obviously, there's good games around nowadays. Now, I'm mostly referring to just the lazily hashed out games you get. And I sometimes wonder if some of these flashbacks is that alludes to whether or not Torque had some kind of drug problem back in the past, or if it's just the imagery because of the area we're in.
Man, what is this shit on the floor? Looks like blood, but it's like it's breathing or something.
So yeah, the mainliners, despite us seeing them kill Slayers, I would probably consider the least dangerous enemy you can... Well, actually, no, not the least, but one of the lesser dangerous enemies coming along. Sick mutant. Like, they tend to be quite resilient, and as you've seen there, they can pop up out of, like, pools of blood. And they have a range attack where they'll throw their... throw the syringes at you. They tend not to hurt too much, but they can kind of mess your vision up a little bit. And if they hit you whilst you're in beast mode by throwing a syringe at you, it will transform you back into the normal mode. And that's really their biggest threat, is that they can mess up your beast transformation. I guess the idea that they're injecting you with some weird kind of sedatives or something. But yeah, this game can be played in both first person and third person before I tried to shut up to not talk over the dialogue. Although I feel like it was mostly designed for third person, as there's a lot of animations missing if you're in first person. But now and then I will go into first person just to get like a better view of stuff. And I appreciate the fact that that exists. As you see, when you kill them, they also release this kind of noxious gas. So even after they're dead, they can be a threat and leave like gas mines essentially.
Trapped, T. I just had to get out. The first time I didn't want conjugal visits. The second, I just wasn't ready to give up my own life, my chance at a career. I regret both times. You've been trapped your whole life, T. You've got to be strong to be free.
And as soon as that cutscene is done, we'll instantly get surrounded, so we're just going to quickly transform to take these guys out, and completely whiff our hit. But it's good to try and get a little bit of experience, especially some of the later areas when you do have the powerful ground and pound attack, for lack of a better term, later on. It makes it so much easier. So try and go out of your way to fight all the enemies you can to level them up, if at all possible. So we're just gonna struggle to open lockers. I don't know why, it's like it's so simple, but just like the little hits the locker and it opens up, I just find it so satisfying. I know that's stupid to say. Bam. He's just so cool. I mean, he's the only person who has so much facial hair that it looks like he's wearing mutton chops. That can look cool. So with the water pouring down, the mainliners will continually respawn, these weird little creatures. So there's no point trying to fight them. They're just going to keep coming and coming and coming. So it's kind of a puzzle section, really. And the way to do it is you shoot that fire extinguisher, which extinguishes that, and then just leg it, because they ain't stopping, and you're just going to run out of ammo if you try to fight them here. So hopefully our little partner will come and have a nice little stock up. And yeah, these little blood stains they can just pop out of. I suppose that's the main threat of them. They're not as strong as some of the other creatures, but just the fact that they're such sneaky little guys, and they can stop your rage mode. And I have to admit, looking at them, the idea is that they're meant to represent death by lethal injection, but they're so deformed. Like, if you look at their feet, they tend to have, like, not the correct amount of toes, and their bodies all, like, shriveled and disheveled. And I always wondered if it was... I'm not sure if they were just going for that for a little bit of body horror, or if it was kind of meant to represent, like, chemical morphing in the sense. You know, like the idea that someone's a bit of a heroin junkie, and when they bought some other kind of drugs, and even prescription drugs back in the day, there was a classic case of one compound that was supposed to help morning sickness, but the chiral compound of said drug ended up causing deformities in the children. And I sometimes wonder if it was the case that the mainliners are also kind of meant to represent like stillbirth, like children who die before being born because of the drug abuses of their parents, or if it was more a case of this looks like quite cool body horror, and as such we're just going to run with it. I don't know the answer to that. It's probably the latter, to be honest. I think they just made it look kind of cool and creepy, so they just went with that look. But one aspect that I've not actually touched on thanks for being a human shield there, friendo. One aspect and as we can see, we've been hit there and we get this weird kind of dazzling flash, which if we were in insane mode would stop us. So they tend to just kind of mix in with the other enemies, and they can stop you again when you're trying to just rip and tear, just absolutely go through them. So they're more of a nuisance enemy than like the main course. And so that I guess that they play more of an auxiliary role in the enemy monsters roster, as it were. But yeah, one aspect I've not really touched upon is the fact that we are now dual-wielding revolvers, as we picked up a second one a little while ago, which makes the revolvers a lot more useful. At the start, when you only have one, the rate of fire, not really all that great to actually get anything done. So yeah, there's two ways to get up here.
This place. You gotta become it. I tried to fight it, but it's no use.
Either by shooting the ladder or by using that to get up there.
Found a way. Hold on, I'll be up there in a snap.
But firing two revolvers, the idea is meant to be that they're less accurate if you do it that way, but there's a little bit of auto aim where the bullets will, if you have the reticle over an enemy and it's red, they tend to auto aim in a little bit, so it really doesn't stop your accuracy all that much at all. And here we get the first set of our flamethrower instructions. Give us a nice idea of what we can come across later on. I mean, each to their own how they do it, but I tend to find that the weapons I end up using at this is usually based on whatever I have the most for at the time. I try to alternate round. That said, the dual revolvers is usually what I use when the threat isn't too great. So like a lot of these like mainliners, so they take a lot of bullets to go down, but you want to save like your Tommy gun ammo for. Wow, I was delayed. That was like a lag. Can you claim lag when it's a completely offline game? But yeah, the revolvers I tend to use when it's just like little situations like this. I've swapped the flares out, and the flares can actually be really useful, especially when it is quite dark. Obviously, you come across different kinds of explosives later on, so they tend to play a bit more of a backseat role, but they definitely can be useful almost all stages, and I really appreciate a game which makes good use of lighting. I find nowadays that horror games do a good job of it. Certain horror games do a fantastic job of it, but if it doesn't fall into the horror genre, it just feels like a lot of games forget that exists, and I don't know, I think it's really cool, and they should put a little bit more emphasis on it. Oh, horror games and stealth games, I should say, but anything else, they kind of forget that you can just have like dark sections. But one aspect that I do think this game also does very well is kind of the progression, not just of the new enemies you come across, but also the weapons. So at the moment we have flash grenades, which there's a few enemies later on are actually very, very effective with, not just for stunning them now, and it can definitely help you to get out a bit of a pinch. But at the moment we only have our pistols and our Tommy guns, but there's
maybe I wouldn't be in this world of shit right now. Fucking well.
I can't I have to imagine that the people who were making this game had to have been Shawshank Redemption fans. Not, I mean, partly because of that, but also, I mean, who isn't a fan of Shawshank Redemption? So just going to rip these guys up. So yeah, you get a few different throwables later on. In fact, you get almost as many throwables. I think you get as many throwables as you do different kinds of weapons. This place changes you, which I really appreciate. They did put a lot into like making sure that it never really got stale. For every chapter, it feels like there's either a new enemy or a new weapon or some kind of new challenge. So, I mean, I wouldn't say the game's particularly long. I mean, this walkthrough's just over 4 hours. It's not the longest game in the world if you know what you're doing, but it just goes past so quickly. You could easily like go from start to finish in one go, and it has an aspect I find that certain games have where you just kind of can't put them down kind of aspect. I don't know if that's the right term. I feel like once you get into it, just everything about it is so not even necessarily smooth, because sometimes the gunplay can be a little bit janky, but just it's one of those games. I don't know, a lot of my other walkthroughs I got kind of burnt out with, and I had to step away and I was just getting really frustrated. Maybe there was a part I couldn't do, or I just got fed up with the gameplay. But this one, I started it and I finished it and I went through all of it in one go. I didn't have to step away like with old ones. And it's just a bloody good game, even if it is old, so give it a try. So there's a few main lines here, and even after they've gone back into the hole, you can still get some damage on them. And you can usually, if you listen out for the sound cues, there'll be like a noise, and that's when you know they're gone. Anyways, there's someone phoning us, and then after that we're going to be entering into our first kind of boss fight.
This is your doctor, Talk. It's bad news, I'm afraid. It looks like your problem is altogether more serious than I had originally suspected. You will need to come in. In the meantime, don't do anything rash. Don't become too upset. Don't get into any altercations, because there's no telling what horrible thing you might do. You must come to see me soon if you ever hope to gain control.
Quite a bit of foreshadowing in this game. So that foreshadows that we are going to see Dr. Killjoy, and we've already had this boss foreshadowed for us a little bit.
Hey, you! You gotta save us! Shh! Keep it down. He'll hear you.
Hargrave's gonna whack us. Hurry up. Oh man, you're here.
I don't think so. My prisoners never make it out alive. The time has come to wash the scum from the earth. This is my Armageddon. Lock it down.
I always found it kind of strange that you end up doing this boss fight when you still are escorting this guy, but he's set up a little bit of a nest in the booth over there with the heavy machine gun, and there's a bunch of COs that are going to try and stop our entry. They can take an absolute beating, but obviously try and aim for the head and they will pop a bit easier, but try to use your stairs here as a little bit of cover to take out the COs before you make a mad dash to the top. As you get a bit further in, a few of the monsters do start to appear, and they do infight a little bit, as you'd imagine, but just be very quick. If you go to the top floor, there's a little bit that you can drop down, and for some reason when you drop down here, Hargraves will immediately run out, putting him directly in the line of fire of the machine gun he's just been using to kill people. So just get on this and just absolutely slaughter the... I mean, he has mutton chops. He deserves to die. Oh, he's... Yeah, we get pretty wide range angle to shoot rounds, and once they're dead, now the Slayers start to drop in. So let's just have a little gun turret section. They didn't actually appear before I killed Hargraves. I have seen them before, and they do a bit of infighting. I'm starting to be concerned that was just a one-off glitch now. But yeah, the machine gun's pretty effective, and there's a few points when you see that happen, but since they're about to close in on us, let's get some experience and take up the light in the process. We don't need to see anyway. That was a bit of a He was kind enough to position himself onto my blade as I missed. Reminds me of a certain Dark Souls 2 boss. Except that one's a little bit not in your favour. Now we go leveled up again. So our smash attack is now a little bit stronger, but we want to be careful at the moment while we're escorting someone that we're not going to end up just killing him. As you can see, he does a reasonably good job of just keeping himself alive. He might not help a huge amount, although his accuracy is surprisingly useful actually. He usually is pretty good with just a single revolver, but the escort missions in this don't really feel bad. Like, escort missions are the bane of existence for most games that have them in, but your allies here, like, I've never seen the AI fuck up like that much, and I've completed this a few times, and unless you literally like throw a grenade at them, they tend not to die. They tend not to get themselves into really bad situations, so thankfully you can relatively ignore them, and that's the best way for escort kind sections to be. I remember reading a commentary about BioShock Intimate, and one of the reasons why it was good is that they were like, oh, we don't want you to literally be looking after Elizabeth who's going to die every 5 seconds, so let's make it so she doesn't die and can actually be useful.
Come on, Torque, this way. I think I know what.
And he said if he can know his way out a few times. You've only led me to almost certain death a few times, but here we are at the end of this escort section.
Yeah, this is it. Other side of these gates is the promised land, man. A way out. A chance at least. Man, if we can just get through these gates, they lead right out of prison. We'd be safe, man. Look, Torque, let me tell you something straight up. I'm goddamn shocked I ain't dead yet. Now, if we gonna make it out of this slaughterhouse alive, you gotta open up that gate, you feel me? Looks like the only way.
So naturally, to end the escort section, you're not going to be able to escape with him. So you're going to climb up some of the you got a chance to survive.
You let me out, man. I'll send help just as soon as I can. I come through for you. Word is bond. Come on, Torque. You gotta get.
So yeah, we climb up a little bit here and we'll let him out, and that concludes this part. And if you've let him out, you'll obviously get some good karma points. Obviously, we don't want to be escorting the same guy all the way through. And I do like, even though Torque is meant to be a like badass killing machine, as they say, every time he experiences one of those flashbacks, you'll notice in his animation he starts having this very heavy breathing because he's obviously disturbed by it. So he's not just like this silent protagonist, cold killer. He does have emotions underneath that. I appreciate that they can do that through subtle body language. Our friends still sing that we're doing good stuff even though he's not with us. So yeah, obviously if the game was to do the whole karma option, we're going to need to save more than just 1 or 2 people. So we can, killing these guys, we can let them out. Obviously we could always just carry on forward and that would give us neutral karma because we've neither helped him nor killed him, or we could kill him if you want to go for the bad ending, if you're that way inclined. But we're gonna go for a redemption arc because I think that's canonically the true ending. So we're not gonna be a piece of shit about it.
You're the man, Torque. You're the man.
Your soul is strong, T.
Hello, officers. This is Consuela Alvarez. I'm looking for Ernesto, my husband. If anyone who hears this could have him call me on our home radio, I would be very thankful. Tell him everything is okay. We, myself and the girls, are safe for now, though there seems to be a fire in the woods around town. And I think it might be getting closer. Please, please, please have him call me as soon as he can. Tell him I said I love him.
No more prisons. How many have come to Abbot without guilt? Too many. But I don't worry about the innocent, because on Carnate, none of us were without sin for long. quite a somber thought, actually, for anyone who's watched The Shawshank Redemption or The Green Mile, or even watched Making a Murderer on Netflix. I believe I was reading recently that potentially as many as 10% of prisoners in America are actually innocent, which is a horrifying statistic.
Yo, come on, we're busting out over here.
No. You cannot escape what I bring about.
I must say there is quite a few parts of the continuity in this game that I really appreciate. So we've just heard recently a woman called Consuela talking about how there's fire outside around the town, which is an area we actually end up going to later in the game, and talks about her husband Ernesto. So Consuela, if you go to the end of this video, there's actually a bunch of files that are done by Consuela, and Ernesto is actually a character that you can either save or kill later on in the game. And I like the fact that there's that foreshadowing right at the start saying, oh, there's fire, what could it be? And it hints at an enemy that comes up later. Like, there's lots of little bits that are actually you only really notice with repeat viewings. That's really cool. But moving around here, you got to be a bit careful. So you have some COs up top that are just freaking out because, you know, there's monsters everywhere. And if you end up in the crossfire, although they will attack the these kind of creatures that appear, they won't hesitate to blow you up as well. As you've just heard with the dialogue, like, they will throw dynamite at you. So it can be useful that they can help take some people out, but you have to be careful not to get caught in the crossfire with them. So we're just going to take a step back, pick up a bit of ammo and try to take these guys out at a distance, and then do our best to move through a slightly explosive encounter. But to bring it back to the idea of innocence, and to get mildly political, not massively, but just thoughts on a topic that seem quite relevant given the game we're playing. It's one of the reasons why I'm very, very staunchly opposed to the death penalty. And I always find it's a bit of I have to kind of quantify that a tiny bit, because I don't necessarily think that it's always wrong to kill a person. For instance, if like you're a police officer and there's a hostage situation and you would have to kill someone to save someone else, I get that. But when it comes to the death penalty, that's not killing someone to save someone, that's an execution at that point, you know? And given the fact that you can never be 100% certain that someone is innocent, like even if people admit to guilt, I mean, we've seen time and time again where there's people involved in gangs and mafia and whatnot, and they are the fall guys, you know, they might admit to it, they still are not necessarily guilty, you know. But anyways, as we can see, we've leveled up our explosive attack now. So rather than spikes coming out, it's like a shrapnel grenade that goes off. And you'll find as you level up your character more and more, in situations where you don't have to worry about hurting anyone that's nearby, your slam attack becomes literally the most powerful part of the transformation. You usually just transform and then just start slamming downwards and just blowing everything up. It's a way to get grenades that aren't going to hurt you. Okay, so I'm going to try and very quickly take these guys out. It can actually be a risk to go on these machine guns, because although it's a powerful weapon with unlimited ammo, it does completely expose you. So there's a few turret sections like that, and usually when you grab on one, there'll be lots of these marksmen that start to appear up. If you have a lot of health, maybe it's an idea, because you can kind of just tank the damage, unlike when you're in the beast form. You can be healing up whilst you're in a turret, but you have to kind of weigh the pros and cons. I mean, if you're low on ammo, okay, it might be an idea, but if you're low on health, it might be better to retreat to a more defensible position and slowly take them out with just standard weapons so you don't take so much damage. So that's just a little cutscene to let us know that we now have access to the shotgun, which is very, very satisfying to use, especially when you just blow someone's head off with it. Oh baby, a triple! That's how we do it. That's so mean. Obviously the graphics are a little bit dated by modern standards, but I mean it doesn't look like a bad game really. You still can clearly see what everything's meant to be, and just some of these bits are just so viscerally enjoyable. Just the ultra violence. And he's on the floor, he's not dead, so just gonna slam him a little bit. Skewer him. And now we start to get slightly more upgraded versions of the Slayers. And we've upgraded again. So now we have these chains that whap out, as well as the kind of fragmentation effect that it causes. So as far as memory serves, the Slayers are the only ones that seem to get different variants. You get these slightly bigger ones with their heads almost in cages that can take more damage. All the other enemies, there only seems to be like one type of them, but the Slayers, there's a bit more variety. I can sleep when I'm dead. Abbot's high homicide rate is well known, but only whispered is its staggering suicide rate, which is the highest of any prison in America.
There's no answer, there's no explanation. It's just what it is. We are at its mercy. I have seen the unspeakable, and I won't be at its mercy anymore.
Can't really blame the guy, can you? Getting eviscerated by eldritch monstrosities or putting a bullet to the head. Sounds like the far nicer option. But as we move through here, we're going to start to see a lot of foreshadowing for the next enemy that we're going to come across. We see lots of hanged up COs. So unsurprisingly, the next one we come across is going to be related to death by hanging. And they are called Noosemen, which not to be confused with Hanged Man, which is, I believe, a tarot card and also one of the bosses in House of the Dead. So I always get them mixed up. I call one Hanged Man, the other one Nooseman, because I like playing both these games around about the same time. But yeah, we're going to just move a little bit forward and be careful of the new enemies that come across. The shotgun is quite satisfying to use because it leads to absolute evisceration. You can blow off body parts. You can... I have to admit, sometimes, especially when I was younger and I was scared that the enemies weren't actually dead yet, I would just take a shotgun and just start blasting dead bodies just to make sure they were dismembered. So they definitely weren't going to get back up. So I was playing Dead Space before Dead Space was a thing. Narrowly avoided that one getting us. And there's also an option here to gain some karma points by letting these guys out. Which is quite easy to miss, admittedly. I mean, there is a big red button, but you might literally just not even come into this room, to be fair. You might just completely run past it. So an easy one to miss. Let's just have a little look, see what we can see on the CCTV. Give us a few clues as to what's coming up. And that's really one thing I quite like about them. Not only is it good for setting the mood, and you see all these creatures from a distance, and you see scenes, but it also gives you a little bit of a pre-warning as to some of the areas that are going to come up and potentially how you're going to work through them. Not that this game is particularly laden with puzzles. There's a few here and there, but it's nice. Like, I feel like a lot of love and attention when it's this game. I'm just completely going to miss the point blank shot. They kind of rise up like a anime villain. They just and we're just going to absolutely blind ourselves by throwing a flashbang into the door. For some strange reason, the flashbangs, I mean, I suppose it can be kind of useful. I'm going to do it again. It's one of the problems with playing first-person mode. It can sometimes throw off how straight or what the right trajectory are of your projectiles. But the flashbangs, and in fact all explosives, for some reason, if they hit an enemy, like normally they will go on the ground and they'll be there for a couple of seconds before going up, unless they hit an enemy, in which case they detonate immediately, which I suppose was just to make them more useful, because it would probably be a little bit hard to actually use them in a few situations. And as you can see there, I just blow his legs off. So, I just blow his top half off. Get fucked. So good. I get the impression that maybe that sound file was meant to come a little bit sooner. He's being pulled up going, "Who there?" So yeah, that is the Nooseman. And they're really, I know I said before the mainliners were the least threatening, but I'd say the Noosemen are probably the least threatening purely because you don't really come across them very often. They act a bit like barnacles from Half-Life.
Don't you want to talk to me?
I hope you've forgiven me, T. Things might be different if I had been able to hang on.
So even before the events that led up to this game occurred, we could see they had a little bit of a strained relationship. I mean, it would explain why Torque is a badass killing machine, as they keep alluding to, because he's had a bit of a run-in with gangs before. Although what kind of person he is, again, is entirely dependent on how you play the game. Whether he is like a tortured but good soul or something a little bit more sinister. So at this point, you can see I keep looking up at the ceiling. And the reason for this is that the Nooseman will drop down from pools of blood dripping from the ceiling and grab you, kind of like barnacles. So yeah, this is one of the few puzzle sections. So we're trapped in a room and there's some fire going on. And if we put the sprinklers on, it actually won't douse them. So what we're going to do is put the sprinklers on and then pull this vending machine, I'm not too sure what it is, and pull it over the drain, which will cause the place to become flooded and take out the fire. The only problem is, because we're putting the lights on, from the water we will get the mainliners start to appear. So we're going to try and be as quick as this as possible. And with that done, it's going to slowly start to flood out. So yeah, the Noosemen, I mean, they'll drop down from the ceiling and they'll grab you. They don't really do a huge amount of damage. They're more of a nuisance than a real threat. I mean, even the CO we saw him kill earlier, I'm not sure how he killed him. He kind of grabs his neck and then he's dead. I'm assuming it's like they're trying to strangle him. I'm guessing in the same way that they were killed. Because that's a running theme with all of the monsters you come across. They try to kill you in the same way that they died. So the Slayers, obviously, you've seen them behead a few people at this point. The Marksmen will, well, gun people down. In fact, they even like to blindfold people, as we saw at the start. And the mainliners, death by lethal injection or by chemical overdose, will try to do that. So I'm assuming the nooseman will basically grab you and try to strangle you to death, like get you in a rear naked choke or something. And that is another character that will be coming across relatively shortly. So it's nice that you tend to hear a lot of the people before you actually come across them. So you get like a little bit of a hint at what their personalities are like. And I do like that with the characters. Even the three kind of ghost entities that are following us. I mean, you've got the gas man who's called Hermes, Hector the electric man, and of course Dr. Killjoy. And not only are they manifested in different paranormal ways, but their personalities are vastly different as well. And that is the voice of Horace, the electrical man, hence where it says Horace lives up above.
Who's running around out there?
And he's gone. And yeah, those are the bloodstains that you want to try and watch out for. So it's a lot more difficult in areas like this where the ceiling is a lot higher up, so you can't see it too well. But pretty much from this point onwards, you want to kind of be a little bit cautious of looking up and them dropping down on you. But to be fair, you have to be in a very, very specific position for them to actually hurt you. As you can see, when they drop down, if you're quick, you can usually move out of the way. But it's, I mean, you have the dripping blood to give you a little bit of a warning. And if you're running quickly, or if you're literally not directly on center, they usually won't be able to grab you. So they're not really much of a threat. I mean, half the time I forget they're even in the game. They're a very cool concept, but not something that's really going to hold you up all that much. There's quite a few down here, and there's a few explosive containers around, so be a little bit cautious that you don't blow yourself up in the process. We're just going to go ahead and use our newfangled super abilities and take them out. Being, again, a little bit cautious of using our slam attack so that we don't blow anything up down here. There's a few sections which can kind of be a bit like minefieldy, I guess. And that's probably not the right time to turn back, just as more of them appeared. But I find the beast mode doesn't work too well against mainliners, just because, I mean, they release gas when you kill them, so you don't really want to be close to them when they die. And also the fact that if they manage to stab you, it transforms you anyway. So when they grab onto you like that, just as you imagine with most games, if you get grappled, just mash every button until you shake them off. And they won't usually do any damage. I was going to back up, pop a few pills. And it does remind me, I don't know if anyone's ever played it before, and I'm kind of working on a walkthrough for that. There was a Alien vs Predator game for the Jaguar back in the day. And when you kill the aliens there, it leaves like a pool of acid like permanently. It doesn't ever neutralize. Probably because the game was just so limited at the time that they couldn't quite code in, okay, it's only effective for a short while. And it just kind of reminds me a little bit of those with the mainliners. But we're just going to pass our way through here, throw a few flares out, see what we can do. Plenty of revolver ammo, not that we're really using any of it, so just going to go completely to waste. Ammunition, after the first like chapter or two, admittedly isn't really too much of a problem. They're quite generous with it, especially if you actually look around. The health pills, the zombium bottles, on the other hand, can be. So that's to watch out for. So you have a shiv, and outside of like the first, like I said, the first chapter or two, and the first couple of enemies, you never really end up using it. I mean, unless you're going to argue that we're sort of using it here since we have a bladed arm. This is the only melee attack you usually really need to use. And I'm kind of wasting a little bit of my insanity meter here. I'm not really making good use of it because I can't find where they've gone there. The running scared. There we go. Yeah, that glitches a little bit. They seem to jump up a little bit. I guess that's as a result of the emulator and not the game itself. That is cold, my dude. You phoned him up just to say that. That is cold. But we're just gonna ignore the enemy who's attacking us and pick up our prescription medication. A good part of the shotgun is Hermes got what he deserved. Hermes is the green gas one we keep seeing. But yeah, one of the big benefits of the shotgun is not just the visceral entertainment as you're able to dismember enemies, but it has quite a lot of kickback. So if you're in like medium to close range, you can stun lock a lot of enemies with it. So it has a big old benefit in that regard, and it's why I usually end up using it. It's probably my most used weapon through this playthrough. The other guns are usually if I have a bit more of a distance, or if I run out of shotgun ammo, or if I'm fighting enemy that can't be stun locked. There are a few that it just will not have any kind of effect for. And in fact, I lied. There is a couple of times later on where the shiv does come in handy. So ignore what I just said. Later up, there's a couple of very specific sections. Get back here, you little shit. And I always wondered when Suck Me Dry. Beautiful. I always wondered when he was saying that if he was referring to that talk kind of like abused him a bit, or if it was more won't let me down again. Again, I think that might be partially related to what kind of ending you have, and that's why I think a few of these, I mean, you see flashbacks to him in the past, and they'll, like, for instance, when he's been in prison, but they'll say that he's innocent, but they'll say they don't know. And I think they rather intentionally try to be a bit ambiguous with it because, again, his background and who Torque is as a character isn't decided until you've actually gone through the game, so they try to purposefully make it a little bit ambiguous. Anyway, this area is relatively dark, so even with our flashlight we're going to be using a few flares to try and illuminate this area. And there's just something great about the moodiness of the atmosphere. And oh my god, the absolute size of that one. It's like an 8-foot tall Slayer, unless our man talks like a midget, just like an angry muscle midget. Which I don't think is the case. So yeah, it's just really nice shotgun, just being able to just completely stun lock them, just blast them away over and over again, and not able to get up. Although we're running a wee bit low on some shotgun shells, so I don't think we're going to be able to make use of it for too much longer. And they do, I guess I understand what that CEO was talking about and kept calling them bugs. Oh, yeah, they can be tricky bastards. They like to crawl on ceilings and whatnot. Come down on you. And these guys, as you can see, take an absolute pounding to take out. Like, even without the heads, they will come after you. It just means that their attacks, they're a bit more... wild with their attacks. They will start attacking even if you're not there. And my accuracy with the revolvers is really not fantastic. I find they're better used against either bigger targets or targets that stay still a bit more. I love that kill animation. When you kill them when they're still on the ceilings and they kind of dangle down, they still got one blade stuck in for a little bit. Yeah, the spiders. The Slayers are quite quick, even the bigger ones. so trying to hit them with other weapons can be a bit difficult. I find that the shotgun is very good because it can, well, it's got a spread and it can pin faster enemies down, whereas the revolver is more useful against these mainliners. Even though they're smaller, they tend to make like these weird kind of like yelling noises, and when they throw their syringes, they're stuck in one place. So they're small and they do a little leaping attack, but they're not nearly as agile as the Slayers, so you can really like just put the bullets into it. There is a little bit of auto-aim with this game, but I did find at times a little bit hard to aim, and maybe that's just because I've kind of gotten a little bit used to having a mouse and keyboard, that going back to a controller and trying to aim isn't the most fun aspect. I mean, that's why they usually have auto aim in console type games, because you need it.
So mad at us, and then you couldn't even remember. I never understood how you could forget.
So yeah, it does seem to be alluding that Torque was a little bit abusive at times, and to be fair, there's some kids you just need a smack. So I can understand that hatred. I have a little sister myself who's only 5 herself, so I can definitely get wanting to pull your head out about certain children. I definitely get that one. So another flashback to our wife and alluding to us doing something a little bit dodgy in the process as well. But that's pretty much wraps up this section. Everything beautiful is gone. No matter how tough you are, a measure of fear can help keep you alive. In Abbot, a man who isn't afraid is too stupid to live. So we're back outside, and this section has a little bit of a new mechanic. So one of the characters we came across earlier, and as we can see, Hermes there, Gasman chasing after us. The creatures can exist in the light, but if you whack them with a searchlight, it will set them on fire. So when you go in here, quickly come in, grab your stuff and get out, because immediately Hermes is going to start gassing you.
I don't think you understand what we do here. There is not enough blood.
A slight bit of an overreaction with the hand going crazy as well, but it was a bit more difficult to get more nuanced facial expressions back in the day, so they had to overblow things a little bit, I find. But this was the CO that we heard on the radio earlier crying that he was terrified.
Stay away! Stay! You're not a monster. You're not gonna kill me. What a relief. I've been running so long. Look, I may be a CO, but believe me, I always thought I had more in common with the inmates than the gung-ho COs they got here at Abbot.
He'll help you if you keep him safe.
He's weak. He should be.
Now, the only idea I have is that we gotta call for help. Somebody has to be able to help us. Come on, we need to get to the radio building. We can call from there. You keep me safe?
So yeah, unlike some of the other people we've escorted previously, this guy is going to be absolutely no help in a fight. He doesn't have any weapons and is absolutely terrified. But he at least does a relatively good job of keeping himself out of harm's way. So these searchlights will basically allow you, they don't kill things straight away, they don't just instantly kill them, but they do a lot of damage and they set them on fire. And as you can see, the Slayer on the left hand side did die completely to the light. So you can use these to kind of create little areas that are a little bit safer for you and try to cut off certain like junction points. And it's quite interesting how the prison map's roundabout on itself. If you look down there, there was the barbed wire fence that the original man with the shotgun got grabbed and fell over on. So move along here and use these searchlights and shine them down, just so hopefully they can take out a few, or at the very least provide a few areas to help you. And particularly aim it straight at that pit into hell, because otherwise monsters will keep coming out of it. that's the only way to stop them. So as we go down here, as you see, there's nothing we can do. It's dead end, but there's explosives down there. So get into first person mode and waste a bunch of ammo. Obviously don't do that while you're in there because you won't survive it. And this area can turn into a little bit of an arena, so be careful.
Run, Malcolm! Run! You're up, Corey! Oh, I don't
Corey always wanted to play with his father, but where were you?
And I do like how disparate the flashbacks you get are. Like sometimes they're remembering slightly fonder memories, or at least memories where you weren't like being hated on. Sometimes it's not. And I suppose that kind of reflects like the cycle someone would go through when they have a sense of trauma. I mean, even not thinking of trauma, but I'm sure most people, if they think back to events that they remember that they regret, it doesn't come in a linear order. There's different emotions, and those emotions tend to manifest themselves into different aspects of that event, but it's not necessarily logical. So that's why I don't think that the flashbacks have the greatest amount of consistency, and I think that's kind of fine. It kind of makes sense. So be a little bit careful using the beast mode here. As you can see, I lost over half my health just doing that, because there's a lot of these marksmen there that will light you up. So it's kind of better to try and get a bit of a distance, because they don't have... Well, they can be kind of iffy with their accuracy, and very much strafe, and hopefully they'll miss most of their rounds. They're still going to tank you every now and then, but it won't be as bad. And as you see, they do take a wee bit of a pounding before they go down. Oh, just absolutely slaughtered. And we're just going to chase this one down. I don't know why, of all the creatures, like, you get knocked back with other ones. The marksmen, I mean, maybe just because they're, like, a bigger frame, go absolutely flying when you hit them at close range, whereas the other ones, they kind of just get knocked over.
The spotlight, those creatures don't like it.
Yeah, it's nice that you've been paying attention, my dude. I mean, an angel of death. I mean, he's useless, but, you know, not everyone is going to be a badass. I mean, we always like to think if there's going to be a zombie apocalypse or something else that we would be the Lone Ranger, you know, the badass that saves all right. But chances are most of us would just fucking die. Let's be real. Although it is a little bit too poetic for my liking, admittedly. So before you go and scour the area, especially behind the building, there's a few goodies to pick up before you go straight ahead.
The radio's already on. What the? That sound coming over the speaker. It's like it's possessed or something. After all that, we're still there.
Sometimes I think you were the perfect father.
So, quite a bit of a shorter escort mission.
There sometime. They set up an old radio so they could stay in touch with their... Maybe that's what's caused me interference. Maybe it's something else. Listen, you see, there's no way I'm leaving this building with things like they is. So you're the ones gotta go to the asylum. There's a map right there. You'll need to go through the old quarry to get there. You can get out of the prison by climbing up to the roof right above, and then jumping over to the previous building. Keep the radio safe from those
Hobgoblins. So yeah, he's not going to follow you anymore. And that's fine, 'cause he wasn't really too much of a hand to us, so... But he's given us a bit of a direction of where to go. So again, telling us what's coming up. Going through the quarry to go to the asylum. Which is always the kind of word you want to hear when there's demonic monsters going around. Go to the asylum. No, nothing bad could happen there.
Get to the asylum and figure out what's causing all this interference. We got no time to wait.
Darkest night, eternal blight. I worked the cemetery for 1 week. I had to quit. I couldn't face it anymore. I knew someday I would end here, buried forever on Carnate. I couldn't handle that reality. This area I find to be a little bit condensed and the enemies get a little bit confused. We're going to make our way in here and see what our friend Sergey has to say. And that kind of gives us a hint that we need to flick the switches as well. So if we look up, there's a bloodstain here. So we're not going to use ladder. I was trying to bait it out here, but instead we can just jump up next to the ladder. And the Slayers are kind enough usually not to come down immediately. They kind of get a bit confused by the walkways. And so they're kind enough for us to come up before they all come at us. I always found it quite interesting with the flashbangs. I've watched some videos. Obviously, I've never experienced one up close. I don't live in America, so we don't have such toys at hand. But I don't think they actually cause that blinding light that you see in like Call of Duty games. I mean, it is loud. I think it goes up to like 160 decibels, and it's more about kind of like disorientation as opposed to blinding. So I think that was a tiny bit embellished, but I guess with games, I mean, I think they can, like, it's like a UV light or something, but I don't think they, you have that searing white for 5 seconds like you get in video games. But after we make our way through the that condensed area, we'll make our way through Maryland, through a cemetery, exactly where we want to be. And as we can see, some of the graves have been exhumed.
Dad was never there.
This was your life, T. How did you let it get away?
And you can see with the lightning running up from one of the graves going through the trees, that is what was meant to be the final resting place of Hector, the guy who's been talking to us with lightning. And because we're heading to the quarry, we come across our first explosives, some TNT, which, much like with the flashbangs, will normally stay on that. That bird is neither flying very fast nor has very good FPS. So the TNT, of course, some COs who are not too fond of us. And fortunately, some Slayers are going to spawn here and help us deal with the problem anyway. So we're just going to let them duke out. Take a little backseat. Just killing the ones that come to us. So yeah, that Hector's grave has been exhumed. You can see the lightning running up the tree to show that was where he was meant to meet his final resting place. There's lots of little nods throughout to your characters. And thank goodness we have our shotgun ammo back, so we can get up close and personal. I suppose the Tommy gun, the revolvers are better at taking out COs, but we're coming across other COs that attack us. I'm pretty sure you have the moment earlier with Hargrave, and you have this moment now. I don't think it really happens again. Oh. And now, as we see running through the ground, the next enemy that will be making their way soon, which I always refer to as graboids. They're not. I think they're called tunnelers. But if anyone's seen the movie Tremors, you get the graboids reference. It's about it's got Kevin Bacon actually, about a small little Midwestern town. And there's these weird creatures underground that like come up and sense seismic waves, and they call them graboids. They come up and grab you. It's one of those ones that Oyster Crown makes I've always loved it as like one of the best B-grade movies. And I don't know how much of that is because it's actually a really good B-grade movie, or just because I watched it with my family when I was very young, so it's just stuck in my head. But God, I love that film. Sequels and the TV show, they for some reason decided to make out of it less so, but really good. Go watch it. Off on a tangent, go watch it. It's a good movie. So we're just going to continue through here, and there's lots of dead COs making their way through. Try to move off the beaten path, not just follow the path straight, as you'll find these little stashes of weapons and ammo on the side. And here we make our way to the quarry. And a shit ton of TNT, as you imagine. I think the whole idea was that they were basically using the inmates as forced labour, which I'd like to say doesn't happen anymore. It absolutely does. Unfortunately, I find it quite morally reprehensible, I must admit. The idea of using prisoners as either free or cheap labour. But it's definitely happened in the past. I mean, I know it was in a scene in Shawshank Redemption. And I'm pretty sure Abbot here on Carnate Island, which always found to be a little bit on the nose, like Carnate Island, as in evil incarnate. A little bit too on the nose for my liking, but same with Dr. Killjoy. But as far as I'm aware, I know this is loosely based off of Alcatraz prison. I don't know much about Alcatraz. I don't know if there's a quarry there or a sanitarium or anything like that. They probably just added extra stuff in, because obviously you need a little bit more variety in a game than you would have on, say, Alcatraz. And, you know, it makes sense that you would have an island that is steeped in this history. If it was an island, I don't think it ever really mentions where geographically it's meant to be, but it would make sense if it was a World War II post in certain situations, if it was somewhere off the Pacific. And the fact that you would have prisoners, you know, doing manual labour, I don't know, it never really mentions what they were mining for. Maybe it was iron or some other kind of mineral. I mean, maybe the quarry existed in World War II and they just kind of carried on after that. It doesn't mention, but I do like that they have these little bits of history to the island, and it has the added benefit of adding a few more gaming sections, because now we enter a more cavernous section, because we've been seeing nothing but courtyards and prison blocks for over an hour and a half now, so we need to change it up a little bit. Oh, it's so good. It's so good. And the explosives in this game, if they're on the side like that, you can absolutely set them off if you throw an explosive next to them, so be wary of that. And these are our graboid enemies. The correct name is burrowers, but I dislike that name because it just reminds me of the movie, and that completely ruins tone. So the best way to take them out is not to fight them head on with bullets. When they pop out, you do get a short opportunity to gun them down, but you're much better off waiting for them to go back in, and they'll leave a small hole from where they've burrowed in. Oh, and a little bit of foreshadowing with the fire for enemies later. I forgot how good this game is. There's a little cache over to the right hand side. We're going to go grab that. If we make our way over to just over where the rock formation is on the right hand side, there's a whole stash of goodies. And we're going to make our way forward with a mysterious little girl who's caused fire. Oblivion Regained. The quarry legend goes, prisoners were trapped by a cave-in. The guards wouldn't lift a finger to save them. Personally, I think the hacks were doing them a favour. So running ahead, you see another glimpse of the small girls running ahead. And I don't know what it is about horror movies and small girls that go hand in hand. I think it's like the whole idea that, you know, children are meant to bring you joy. They're meant to be the next generation. And at least for me personally, horror movies have corrupted them to the point that all little girls are just fucking terrifying to me now. Absolutely everyone. I think they're all possessed by the devil. So we're just going to keep slamming the same place over and over, because as I said before, the slam attack does end up becoming one of the most effective means. Also, because you don't really take damage, you just keep slamming the same area down and they can't get close to you. Unfortunately, it's not too effective at dealing with the burrowers. So, as I mentioned before, the better way to deal with these guys, rather than wait for them to come out, is to see them burrowing around, and as they burrow, do a dodge attack, and then throw some dynamite down. Saying that, and I don't know if it was an oversight on the coding of the game or whatnot, but you don't have to use TNT. So yeah, it's not just TNT. If you throw a flashbang down, it will kill the burrowers in one go as well, which is why I usually save the flashbangs for them, because TNT I find has a lot more uses. You know, having explosive at a distance, you can do some real work with it. Whereas flashbangs, I mean, it stuns them, so it can be useful in a few niche situations, but usually the best CC is just to kill them. So I like to use the flashbang specifically to take out the burrowers.
They deserve it. Fucking inmates, they're not worth the trouble. Let them rot.
And as far as ways to die go, I think slowly starving to death or dying of dehydration or whatever from a cave-in, that's pretty up there. There was actually an ancient execution method known as immurement, which is where you would just wall someone up and let him die in there. And I think some of the... yeah, I'm just going to bait him out. And yeah, they're really not too much for it. I think what they would usually do is they would wall someone up, but they would keep feeding them food and water, potentially even for weeks or months, until eventually one day they stop. So as you can see here, this place is loaded with TNT, so we aren't going to go near it. Go forward to let the enemies trigger, and then just nuke the whole place. It's far, far safer. And in actual fact, we can use this wall section here to just bounce TNT around the side and hopefully not get too involved with that. So if you turn into beast mode and do a slam attack like I did the first time you come here, you will just blow yourself up. Don't do that. That's a bad idea. It's a very bad idea. Don't do that. But we're getting pretty close to the next level, at least with our beast mode. See if we can kill a few here. Oh, it's getting so close. It's getting so close. Just absolutely rinse these marksmen, guys. So yeah, the burrowers seem to specifically be related to the cave-in that occurred on Carnate Island, although I think it's more specifically just related more to anyone who died because they weren't able to, you know, either being buried alive or a cave-in, or I guess even cases throughout history of like immurement and stuff. Because if you look at them, they are wearing straitjackets, which is what make them these kind of worm-like creatures where they tunnel around. And the prisoners who died in the cave-in, I mean, obviously they were quarry workers, they weren't wearing straitjackets. So it seems to be more of a representation, like more of a metaphor for being unable to move, being unable to escape from your present situation. And the immurement case I was talking about was really horrible, because sometimes they would keep them alive for weeks, months, I think even years sometimes, like, and then just one day it's just they just stop feeding them, or they feed them less and less, so you just slowly wither away. And as someone who has seen that happen to people, I won't go into too much detail, but people, you know, towards the end of their life, so they eat less and less because that's just, you know, part of dying. and just seeing them get skinnier and skinnier and slowly turn skeletal, it's not a pleasant way to go. But on a cheerier subject, we have leveled up. And we are actually max level now with our beast mode, which is pretty good because we managed to hit it before we've even reached the halfway point of the game. So every time we slam now, we have this massive explosive AoE attack, which is just really good for situations when you get surrounded. So yeah, trying to save those COs isn't really a productive use of time. You're not going to be able to. The Slayers will keep coming from that hole until you drop the rocks to seal it up. So if you try to kill the Slayers to save them, they'll keep coming out. And as you saw there, the time it takes to close it, they've all been beheaded. So I have no idea actually how they interact with Torque. They might be friendly, they might shoot you on sight. No idea. Can never save them. But now that we've got our experience up to max level, it does mean, because previously I was just trying to use it to level up. Now, I mean, we can still do that. I mean, as you've seen, it fills up quite quickly. But now that I've got it leveled up, I usually prefer to save it for situations where I just get completely surrounded, and then just use the slam attack. It's just like a massive AoE. It is absolutely fantastic for clearing out rooms. Again, just be very cautious using it if you are escorting any other survivors, because it is a massive AoE and it does lots of damage, and you can kill people very, very, very easily with it. So just keep an eye out for that. So a few goodies, and as you can see, tons more dynamite. So be cautious where you fire around here. I didn't have ragdoll physics back in this day. The body just flies through the air, and then as it hits the ground, just... So yeah, throw some TNT around the corner like that rather than trying to shoot it with your gun, because you're liable to get yourself killed. So you want to try and bounce it around the corner, and that will clear a path through the quarry. Not sure how stable that is. I mean, I would definitely not personally venture through there in case it caved in on me, but Torque's got bigger balls than I do.
It's too good for those fuckers. Let's skin them alive.
And this is the area where the Nooseman potentially originated from. So at the end of this video and with the other walkthrough, there is a clip book which gives a kind of like a rundown of all the different monsters you fight and all the different areas. And it mentions the Nooseman specifically in relation to a prison breakout where they caught 5 COs and hung them up like the prisoners did. So as you can see again with the other monsters, we clearly come across more than 5 hanged men in the game. So it does seem to be, although each of the executions in question have happened on this island, it seems to be that they are a representation of all forms of said execution, not just the souls or the spirits or whatever of the ones who died during it. But it seems to be that you won't fight enemies unless that execution has happened on Abbot. But the creatures themselves, I mean, there's so many souls, unless they're just respawning, going to hell and coming straight back up like cheating bastards. But yeah, that little cabin there, throw some dynamite to it, or shiv it. It's probably easier just to dynamite it and grab the goodies inside. And with the flashbangs we have, we can take these 2 tunnelers out. The aiming to get a grenade down the hole is actually quite generous. As you can see, it kind of just topples down.
Over here! Thanks, bro! Hey, I hope you make it out too!
So yeah, some of the easiest karma points you'll ever get. You need to move the crane to get out, and you can also move it to the right to help him out, or you can just not. It literally takes 5 seconds, so the only reason you wouldn't want to do it is, again, if you're deliberately not going for the good ending.
Has the devil trapped you? You're not a bad man. You have to believe.
Now, those girls come up later on, so I'm going to try my best not to talk too much about them until they do. But they are very interesting because, well, I can't really talk about it in case I spoil it. Just have to wait till later. So, real easy puzzle. Just knock over the water tank to deal with the fire that they've caused. And continue onwards through the cavernous tunnels. You've mistaken me for someone else. The worst crimes aren't committed by the body. They're invented by the mind. The urge to kill is the purest evil, and suppressing it only lasts so long. Dr. Killjoy realised this. So this level is very, very short, and is very much just kind of a prelude to the sanitarium, where we'll be meeting Dr. Killjoy good and proper rather than just hearing him talk about us. In this area, because I'm assuming that you're getting close to Dr. Killjoy, you'll also see these Rorschach kind of images just like that flash up on screen. And I can only imagine that it's because Dr. Killjoy is, his spirit is kind of watching, lurking us at the moment.
I thought you were all mature. How old did you think I was? I felt so young with you. All my girlfriends were so jealous. We were so good together. For a while. Even when I left, I still loved you, T. I thought about you every day. I still do. But sometimes, I think you only brought me suffering.
The Lady of the Lake. So yeah, I didn't want to talk over a few of these moments. I tried quite hard when filming this to move slowly so you could hear everything that said, because a lot of times with those, if you rush too far ahead, then it will end the conversation prematurely, and I was doing my best to avoid that. So there's a few dead bodies like this one we saw earlier, and if you go to them you can hear some of their thoughts of the crazy people that Dr. Killjoy helped back when lobotomy was seen as hip and trendy and the right way to cure people. Which, again, thankfully, we don't do anymore, because lobotomies, what they end up doing is that you have different parts of your brain function on different sections, and lobotomy basically takes out the part of your brain where your personality is, like your ability to really think for yourself. You end up just becoming a completely vegetative state, so you are still alive in a sense. You're still able to carry out the most basic instinctual functions, but you're not, you lose what makes you you. And for me that sounds like a fate worse than death, to be honest. I'd much rather just be dead and get it over with, to just be a husk of yourself. Ugh, horrible to think about. So we're just gonna destroy these crates here, pull this little section out, and move into Dr. Killjoy's lair. Hate the sin, not the sinner. From what I know, Dr. Killjoy's motives were pure. That he committed crimes against humanity shouldn't surprise, given where he did his work.
gentlemen, I'm so glad you've come to see the show. My performance on you, as it were, will be something I shall thoroughly enjoy. And I trust, so shall you. I am not certain we have been formally introduced. Talk, isn't it? My name is Killjoy, Dr. Killjoy, and I will be your alienist this fine evening.
So we are firmly in Dr. Killjoy's realm at this point, and the first test you're going to come across is a bunch of Slayers. So since we've already leveled up our beast form, it's just transform and blow the room up. Easiest way to deal with it. So Dr. Killjoy, I mean, as we've seen previously, he can only exist in his apparition form when there are cameras to project his image. And I don't know if it's essentially he's like meant to be some kind of poltergeist, so he can control the placement of the cameras. But basically those are the ones that you want to take out to proceed onwards. So I presume he has some control over it, but it's limited. He can be defeated.
It is only a joke. How you get here? You're not supposed to leave Abbot. Don't they tell you anything? Come in, please. You come in. Yes, come in. I not lock you up. Name is Sergey. Are you really there? Or maybe I am dreaming again. No? No.
He is a filthy immigrant.
So friendly.
He is disgusting.
But the girl, Kennedy, Scott, they all went out. Try to find out what is happening. Me? I say quiet. I hear the sounds. Boom, crash. Ah! I've seen some things through the doorway there. Things I don't want to see again. Understand? I stay right here. We're safe. I have pipe to keep me company.
He can help you find what you need.
Blow his head off.
My only sadness is my stereo. Power go off. It don't work now, you see? If I could just enjoy a few more spins of my music, I'd be a happy man. Strange story about this place. Was a crazy house. Place where they send people who not know what is what. Me, I self-medicate, huh? Been abandoned for many years. Now we guards come here to be free. It's the only place I feel safe on this island. I think you want something here. Is it to share pipe with me? No, I don't think so. I think maybe it is something else, a strange thing that goes on in this house. Maybe cause you trouble? Ask you, why bother? Be mellow, go with flow. My hookah, it is breaking earthquake. Who knows what else break here in old house? Maybe something in attic. Maybe you want to go find out.
And so, my favorite subject arrives. It is in this room that all the secrets will be revealed. I will employ an experimental device that helps me chart the undiscovered country. But you can't come to the show yet. First, you must prove to me that you truly want to be cured, and that you truly are worthy of my time. See you soon, I hope.
I'm not gonna lie, Sergey is one of my favourite side characters. He's just, everything's gone to hell, shit's completely hit the creek, and he's like, fuck it, I just stay in the room and get high.
Monsters walk amongst us, Talk. Don't you grasp the implications? It's a brave new world. Of course, such creatures are not...
And if you cast your mind back, we actually heard about Sergey and the other people that we referred to on the radio a few chapters back, so most things are foreshadowed. I like that. So we are in the crazy house now.
Sometimes it is the body that threatens the safety of the mind. Sometimes it must be removed.
And killing this guy is seen as a merciful act because, well, he's clearly in pain and suffering. So Dr. Killjoy has used his projectors to block off access to the final staging area. And in order to get there, there are 3 projectors that are guarding the entrance, so to speak. So there are 3 areas, or like 3 side bits we have to do to get in, and they can be done in any order. So it's a little bit more freedom than we're used to, not totally linear. It can be a little bit frustrating, admittedly. First time I got here, especially when I was younger, it's very easy to get lost in this place and confused to what you're meant to be doing. But hopefully with this walkthrough it shouldn't prove too difficult. So the first area we're going to tackle is the rooftop, where we're going to activate his strange new machine, and in the process of obviously take out one of the projectors.
Alas, the golden age of radio has passed us by. Who would care to broadcast only on the audio spectrum of human perception when it is the visuals that can truly enrapture an audience?
And much like with the doors, if a projector shines, they can block off that as well. So there's a few enemies. It's kind of a puzzly a little bit, but there will be more than a few enemies being thrown at us to keep us on our toes. And I suppose in Dr. Killjoy's mind, his way of us tackling our problem is to face it head on. Which, I mean, in terms of psychology, I mean, obviously, the area that he's from is not exactly the most sound of science, and that was one of the projectors we had to take out. And then the other one that's in the crate, for some strange reason, you can't shoot it, so you just have to move the crate. I don't know why. I think it's deliberately so you have to kill the enemies before you can start moving it, but it doesn't make a whole lot of sense. But it does make some sort of sense. Obviously, as I was saying, the whole lobotomy thing, it's not... There's a reason we don't do it anymore. But the idea of having to expose oneself to a problem, to confront it essentially, there is definitely some semblance of truth in psychology. There's a form of treatment overcoming phobias. I believe it's known as exposure treatment, whereby essentially, say for instance, if you have a fear of, I don't know, spiders, and admittedly spiders is a little bit of a trickier one to get over, arachnophobia, although it is classed as a phobia. To say that it's irrational, I mean, it's not really. Instinctually, spiders have, where we grew up in, or where we evolved, I should say, not grew up, in Africa and other regions, especially in more tropical rainforest areas, there are spiders that absolutely kill you. In fact, there's an episode of Peppa Pig where they're trying to say, oh, the spiders aren't going to hurt you, and they had to ban it in Australia because spiders in Australia will absolutely hurt you. Anyways, we're going to move a little bit further through, go into our second area, now that the roof area is done, which I don't know, it doesn't matter what order you do it in, I just seem to find this one works best for me.
It's so hard to keep this place tidy when there is so much work to be done. And it is impossible. Nowhere do the stars shine as brightly as they do on Carnate Island, on this very stage where it is my pleasure to introduce to you the world of your own mind. Given a dark enough environment, this projector, this wonder of modern science, allows me to appear here before you today.
He's a bit of a showman, so much as a doctor, isn't he? But there's a few bits on the side that you can see that rope are attached to that we'll be dealing with, although it kind of gets taken out by the explosion, so I thought I'd mention it there. But yeah, the exposure therapy, basically, it's just about upping your proximity to the thing that you are afraid of. So, and we get an axe at this point, just a better shiv, basically. So, for instance, if you're afraid of a spider, you'll start off by being shown a picture of a spider, and you will, if you have arachnophobia, you will have a very heightened, illicit, and stressful response to it. And so you're going to keep looking at the photo until you calm down, the stress levels decrease. And then the next stage is you're going to move into a room where a spider is in a glass container at the other end. And again, because you've upped the exposure, you're going to start feeling stressed.
This poor soul could not handle what he saw in the ink. Tell me what you see, Talk.
And you basically, through different exposures like that, so you will be exposed, wait until you calm down, so basically your body realizes it's not a threat, and then move on and on and on. That said, when it comes to these Rorschach tests, it's something I've never really looked into too much, and I never fully understand it. I believe the idea is that you're just shown ink blobs that have no meaning to them, and it's whatever you decide gives a bit of an idea of what's going on in your inner psyche. That's the best I can understand it. Which, knowing that, it just means that when I look at Rorschach tests, I just see ink spots. I don't see anything. And I always wonder if that's one of the problems of it. If you know what the purpose of a test is meant to be, does it still work?
In this new art of predicted life, one problem still remains. It is so very difficult to find good talent. Certainly I am able to bring life to this piece of celluloid, but who to appear opposite me? Who to play Iago to my Othello? Eliza Doolittle to my Henry Higgins? My choice?
I just wonder what it is about mad doctors and narcissism. There's one of the first bosses, the first boss you come across in Bioshock is also a mad doctor by the name of Dr. Steiner, and he's incredibly narcissistic as well. He believes himself to be beautiful, and he's a plastic surgeon who ends up becoming obsessed with, first of all, the idea of beauty, and then with creating something unique like Picasso. And I've always kind of wondered where that came from, and I find the medical profession and doctors in particular quite interesting in that they kind of occupy both ends of the extreme. And by that I mean there's something known as psychopathic traits, and I was looking into a study that was showing the different professions that people who have high ends of or the highest percentage of which are psychopaths, and no surprise that number one is a CEO. Absolutely no surprise then. But in the top 10 for most psychopathic were surgeons. But at the other end, for the 10 professions that had the least amount of psychopaths shown, were doctors, so doctors who aren't surgeons, so other professions, and nurses. I always found that quite strange how, a surgeon is a branch of doctor, and yet it seems that the people who exhibit those traits most fervently tend to be drawn to it due to the competitive nature, whereas normal doctors are a lot more empathetic and caring.
Ever wonder why you're so furious, Talk? What happens then when your world goes black? Do you ever see a creature, a beastly form, the likes of which would cause any sane man to flee in terror? Tell me about him. How does he make you feel? At last, you have made it to the climax of this fine performance. Let me introduce our newest player. This fascinating specimen is a creature of purest strength and rage, whose presence here must prove quite a conundrum to you. His resemblance to these other soulless beasts cannot be denied, but he is altogether harder to truly understand. But with the capabilities of my experimental device, I can bring about a rebirth of the spirit, an awakening of the soul, and thus we can shed light on this most unique situation. Why not come inside, and I shall show you?
So this is kind of the final confrontation with Dr. Killjoy. It's not the final time you see him, and it's the same with pretty much all of the three guys you'll come across. So you're going to come across Horace, the electrical man, later, and Hermes, the gas man. Hello, Mr. Gasman! Sorry, for those of you who get the reference. But we're going to kind of cheat our way through. Basically, there's projectors around the room, and usually you'll be constantly accosted with slayers while you try and take them out. But if you have the slam attack with the beast mode, you can just rip it up all in one go and just absolutely hit everything. So although we've basically dispelled him for the time being, he's still around. And hitting this switch will cause us to get this weird purple juju. And with that, we're going to defeat the apparition of our beast form over on the restrained over there. And that's this encounter done. Again, most of the bosses aren't traditional bosses. They're more like puzzle encounters more than anything. More set pieces, I'd say. And with that, we are done with the insane asylum. A lonely place to die. In the end, none of it matters. The size of our family, how much stuff we have, or who we count as friends. In the end, we all die alone. But it's not death I fear, it's dying here. An interesting note, considering we've just been through Dr. Killjoy's experiments, and it's something that doesn't actually come up until you read the notes at the, well, as I'll put at the end of this video. But the beast that you transform into when your insanity meter fills up, and it kind of gives it away with it, calling an insanity meter, you don't actually transform at all. It's just Torque going into such a mad blood rage that he envisions himself to be some kind of monster as he just tears things away. And I guess that's why, you know, one of the first weapons you get is a shiv. Outside of the beginning part, which you can only do after completing the game, you wouldn't have it otherwise. And a little Shining reference there. Only reason why I went in there, just to show that little bit. And if you hadn't picked up the axe earlier, it's a way to get an axe. So, urgent note. Let's see what it says. Patient application. Dr. Killjoy. February 27th, 1928. Rebirth machine. My newest astounding creation furthers the diagnosis and treatment of tragically deranged patients. This device facilitates the regression of a patient to an earlier state, one in which he forgets his modern afflictions entirely, placing him in a unique frame of mind once regressed. I have found my patients are capable of extraordinary feats of self-healing. The Legacy of Evil by Rance Truman. Anybody that's done their research will tell you about Carnate's past. It's all humans killing humans. However they justify it, it's still murder. Carnate attracts and concentrates, but it doesn't create. The evil here has happened in many places, but on Carnate, enough blood has spilled into the soil that the soil will turn on us. That's what will happen here. How to make a flamethrower, the ultimate riot weapon. Take flare, found at most CO control stations or elsewhere, and attach to end of bike pump or other pumping mechanism. At back end, attach gas can. Any can of flammable fluid will do. You're ready to set it off. Be careful, it's got a bastard of a backdraft and won't last long. Department of the Army, Fort Meade, Maryland. From Commanding Officer, Fort Meade, Maryland, to Colonel. Subject, court-martial proceedings. This is to inform you that you are required to appear at a court-martial to be held on Fort Meade on August 22nd, 1944. This is in regards to the charges against you of unlawful executions and other misconducts at Fort Meade. Now, given the fact that we have the instructions for a flamethrower, it's quite suitable that this is the first level in which we will finally have all the components to construct it. So as it mentioned, we need a flare, which we have plenty of, and if we find a bike pump and a gas can, we'll get to create the flamethrower. And if we pick up any more gas cans, it will give us ammunition for the flamethrower. That said, there aren't many in the game. The flamethrower is in all honesty, a little bit of a gimmick weapon. I'll use it a couple of times here and there, but you don't have enough ammunition to consistently use it, so it only comes out a few times. And we can hear another character, very charismatic, by the name of Clem. And he is quite interesting, not just because he has a very different accent and a different look to most of the other characters, but again, at the end of this video, there are 2 different books. One is a bestiary, and one gives information on all the different locations. And the bestiary, and there is our gas can. And the bestiary, which, as you imagine, gives a bit of an explanation on all of the monsters that we encounter, was written by Clem, this character specifically. The other one is written by Consuela, who we never actually get to meet personally, although we do come across her husband later on in the game. So we can just run straight ahead to complete this level, but we're going to go off the beaten path again to collect the items we need for the flamethrower, as well as a few other little goodies. So it goes... Oh, we completely screwed that up. Just roll into a wall. Pop a few pills, will be fine. And down he goes. There's something just really satisfying about landing that. So yeah, from the burnt out house we got the gas can. And now down here we will get the bike pump. And so now we have both parts. We have a flamethrower. Although jump out quickly. As you can see, Hermes is gassing the place. And we would have had plenty of flares already. So it automatically will construct it, and we now have a flamethrower in our inventory. And as well as the flamethrower, oh, and there is Clem.
Where I go, I find more of these monstrosities.
I just love the way he talks. Very over the top, but it's just got so much pizzazz, so much gravitas the way he speaks. So yeah, as well as the flamethrower we've picked up, we've also now picked up a new throwable. So we've had flares and dynamite, and now we have Molotov cocktails. Upstarts. Some of the words. Speaking of which, in the last chapter, the Doctor referred to himself as being our alienage, and that refers to a Doctor who is involved in a legal defense to say whether or not someone was corpus mentis enough to commit the crime they're being accused of. So it's like, you know, like a are you criminally insane kind of thing. Just in case you were wondering, I probably should have mentioned that 20 minutes ago. But yeah, we have the Molotov cocktail now, and the reason for that is that we will be coming up against a new type of enemy soon, and the Molotov cocktail is very, very effective at taking them out. It's basically their weakness. So most of the enemies we've come across now, they're not necessarily... That was weird. That was a weird glitch. They're not necessarily like strong or weak against anything. You can just kill them with any tools. But the next enemy we come across will actually be impervious to firearms. The only way we can kill them is either through fire or through bladed weapons. So if you go into rage mode, you can take it out. And thankfully, because we have our rage mode completely upgraded, it does mean that the explosion we give from slamming the ground will also work, because it will set them on fire. So we're just going to follow this stream down. It's not an area you need to go to, but we're just going to try and explore all the areas because I want to in a walkthrough. I want to show or as much of the game out as I possibly can when I do these. So this leads out to a little mouth in the river where you get another vision of your kids running away, and then you get ambushed. So it's, you know, it kind of screws you over coming here, but it's nice to, you know, see all of the different kind of illusions and visions that Talk has, just for the sake of completeness. And I mean, the ambush isn't too bad. It's these more upgraded slayers, which do take a lot more of a beating and a power. Not anything really to worry about. And I mean, well, ooh, 30 shotgun shells. It's very generous, like I said before, with the ammo. When you pick up ammo upgrades. I mean, 30 shells in one of them. That's nice. That's nice. That's pretty. And some Tommy gun ammunition. Oh, one that we've forgotten. I don't know why they've put 2 boxes of shotgun shells right next to each other, because we wouldn't even be able to carry enough ammunition. I mean, hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, plus 47. Yeah, we can't carry 60 shells. We seem to be capped out at 54 shells. I'm just going to quickly run our way back through, and you might have noticed earlier there was a car which had a jack on the side, and that's what we're going to use to get across this area. So it's going to run up and just jack the wheel up, and it's going to create a kind of bridge that we can climb up. It's quite handy that this car is so conveniently placed for us. I'm not quite sure how Clem managed to get further ahead, because as you'll see when we come across him, Clem is a slightly old gentleman, so how he was able to make that jump. I mean, maybe he used to do high jumping in his youth, so that's why he knows what to do. But or maybe, I don't know. It's not really explained. It's just one of those gameplay reasons. Dancing at the dawn of the apocalypse. Inmates all know the story of the slaves locked below deck and devoured by rats. But they also know the true horror lasted 250 years. It continues today, everywhere. So moving forward, we're finally going to be able to meet Clem rather than just see him off a distance. And as you can see, his weapon of choice is throwing Molotov cocktails. And there's a pretty specific reason for that moving forward. So we're just going to go over and say hey to him.
It's good to see another human still among the living. The name is Clem, sir. I've been plotting my escape from Abbot for years, and I had hoped to carry out my exodus tomorrow. But these recent events have ruined everything. Here, I'll show you.
Make him bleed. He can teach you a lot. See what he has to say. Kill him, kill him, kill him.
Look there! Do you see? Coming out of the waves? I swear it is the most hideous thing I have ever laid eyes upon.
So these wonderful creatures are known as the Festers, and they... Oh, we've got to be careful here. I hurt my buddy with a little bit of dynamite there, the splash. These are the juggernauts of the bestiary you're going to face, and they can be a little bit tricky purely because they are completely impervious to bullets. Tommy guns, shotguns, dual revolvers ain't going to do a thing to them. The only way to take them out is by cutting them up with either a shiv or an axe, or your beast mode is actually quite effective, or with explosives and fire. And fire tends to be quite effective because once they die, if they're caught on fire, then it will kill the rats that come out, who will run at you and then explode, because kamikaze rats, why not? And I think this is also why the game gives you a flamethrower just before you come across them, as it's a very effective weapon for them, but you don't get much ammo with it.
What's more, they are impervious to bullets. With an axe, they seem to have some connection to an 18th century slave ship wrecked down the beach a ways. This way!
And one thing I find quite interesting about them is if you read Clem's notes, he claims that they're not based off of the slave, but the slave owners themselves.
and that bothers me.
And I'm not fully certain where he got that idea from.
To my understanding, few were killed in the crash itself, though the traitors did not free their still-living human cargo. Instead, they left them shackled in the ship's hull, where slowly the Negroes were consumed by rats. Damnation! The Festers are coming!
Because if you look at them, I mean, obviously they're bloated, and the idea was, and they've got the chain and ball, which is, well, they were chained together as opposed to balls, and they have their head in kind of cages. I'm not quite sure where the idea that where Clem puts it at the end of the book that these are the slave owners themselves. Maybe it's because, and again, you can't really tell because their skin's so mottled and grey. But I think if you look at their faces, they're a bit more like white than black, although their skin is quite mottled. So maybe that's where he got the impression from. I'm not too certain. I always I like that. That's how he reacts to you going crazy. Oh, and Molotov cocktails, much like with flashbangs, work exactly the same with these burrowers. Again, I'm not sure how you'd expect the fire to. Don't question that. Don't question the logic. But yeah, they can take a wee bit of a beating. They themselves aren't too dangerous because they're so damn slow. It's your own fault if you get hit by the chains because they're lumbering. They're more just take a lot of damage, and it's the rats that come out of them that are the bigger threats.
Waterlogged abominations, I'd be able to set my raft to sail. It's a tiny vessel, too small and unseaworthy to accommodate more than a single passenger.
I'm just going to quickly go off ahead because a few stashes around here that he's left.
That you were to be executed. This upheaval saved you from the black abyss, but only temporarily.
So the story was that this slave ship, and I don't know why it's still here, but I guess they should never be asked to clean it up. This slave ship crash landed, and the slave owners were too scared that if they released all of the slaves, then there would be a revolt and they would just end up killing them. So they just left them tied up, and they got eaten by rats, which is where I'm assuming where the rats come from. So again, everything about them seems to point to them being the angry and twisted, like, ghosts or poltergeists or warlike entities of the slaves rather than the slave owners. I don't know where that impression comes from.
Watch yourself, it will. I clambered out that large sewer pipe to escape from Abbot. Now I wonder if we wouldn't be safer going back inside. But I will not give up on my plan. Steady, they're back again.
I like Clem. I like Clem. He's a bit different to the others. So yeah, you can totally just hack them up with beast mode, and it's quite effective. And a good thing, and this is why we're going to wade out to the river a little bit. If you have a max rank of your insanity meter, when you do this slam attack, it will actually cause them to catch fire. So what I'm doing is going deliberately out of the way to make sure that Clem doesn't get caught by the AoE, so I'm not harming him. And that is also a very effective way of taking them out, because again, if they're burning, then it stops the rats coming out. And the rats don't do a massive amount of damage, but they can be quite hard to dodge. Oh, that was close. If you've seen a few times, they kind of just run at you. You can kind of dodge at the last second, but they will explode on you.
I do believe those creatures are coming from inside the wreck. If you can get in there, you might be able to destroy them. Then I'll be able to launch. If you will assist me in this matter, I will make it worth your while. So, inmate to inmate, need your help. Don't know how much longer I can survive this maelstrom of
Very verbose. I love his vocabulary. Everyone else is just inmates going, shit, fuck these, fuck them, shit, fuck. And then there's him who's speaking in a very old school, almost literary way. And that is a horrible way to go. So if you go to the edge of the ship, shoot that down, and then by shooting these barrels or just throwing some fucking dynamite because that's not working. That will set the ship on fire. Again, this has been a fire hazard for so long and no one's cleared it out, but game logic. And doing that means that he can sail away. So you don't have to. You can just abandon him to his fate. But like I said, we're gonna be a good talk.
My eternal thanks to you, sir. I left you a valuable map up near the sewer entrance. Good luck. Don't let the bastards keep you down.
So the map that you get from Clem will show a few locations along the beach. I mean, we've already found a few, so you don't have to save them to know where they are. And it just shows you like little hidden caches that he's put away. So you can kind of just find them without the map, but it does help give you a little bit of an idea of where to look. And again, you can do fine without the cache, but might as well use it. Surfacing. Many try to bury the sins of the past, but if you deny them, pretend they never happened, wish them all away, they will come back to the surface 1,000,000 times stronger.
This place wants you, Torque. It needs people like you. Once it gets a hold of you, it won't let you go, like it hasn't let me go. I've been here a damn long time, and it's sucked me dry. I pray it's almost done with me. It's sending something after you. It let you out for a bit, now it wants you back, deep inside. Deep inside where I've been all these fucking years. Don't say I never did anything for you. Come join me in the dance hall.
So as soon as Horace lets you through, make a beeline for it because you're going to get absolutely run down by rats. So as I was saying before, Horace is definitely a sympathetic character. I mean, obviously he was an inmate and he has done bad things. I mean, he was executed and Horace wasn't innocent for what he was executed for, but there's definitely some humanity to him. And I appreciate that, the efforts this game goes through to make things a bit more nuanced. So yeah, we're just gonna chop this guy up. He's actually probably a bit easier, and then you throw a Molotov cocktail on the body to deal with the rats. If you end up using Molotovs, at least on this difficulty, you can use up a lot. Saying that, that's one of the stashes that Clem was so nice to let you know about. And we've come across our final projectile weapon, frag grenades, which are basically, as you would imagine, just more effective dynamite. They do more damage and they can take down a festo in one go. So you have a few ways of dealing. Oh, and a burrower, and it doesn't quite make a whole lot of sense that oh, self a bit of a chain reaction, some dynamite. How they're able to rip up the floorboards like this and not, you know, leave them ripped up. But it's nice that they put a little bit of extra effort into the different animations, so it's not always the same. So yeah, there's a few ways of dealing with the Festa, and in all honesty, it kind of depends on what's around. If it's just one, then just going at them with a melee weapon is pretty effective. If they've got other enemies mixed up, then explosives or your insanity mode is probably the better way of dealing with them. But for the most part, I try to save the Molotovs for dealing with them specifically, just because the rats can cause a bit of an issue. Especially if you kill several of them in one go, you're not going to be able to dodge them too effectively. But yeah, we've been through the beach now, and now we're, I wouldn't say backtracking, but the game does kind of loop back on itself. Like, the prison isn't just an endless complex. A few things have changed, and a few of the areas as we come back through, you'll start to notice we're in in the same part of the prison that we was in very early in the game, like chapter 2 or 3, where there's like this World War II bunker-esque area, and we will be going right back to the start of the game a little bit later on. So there's a little bit of not backtracking, but some continuity in the areas you go to. Which, I mean, I think this game does it right, because although you go back to the same areas, they've changed so much that it's not like, oh, we got lazy and we just want to reuse the same assets. Like, it feels like there's a purpose to it. And a lot of times when you get games, especially with older games, they're trying to like save data. I don't know how true it is, but I mean, it's not always a bad thing. I feel like the first Resident Evil games, they tried to save data, and that's why you ended up going around the same sort of areas in the house. But it made it so that those limitations ended up creating something really good. It's like the original Silent Hill had the limitation of not having a very good draw distance just because the technology wasn't there. So instead they made it into mist, and you end up with one of the most atmospheric parts of the game. Sometimes limitations can create creativity. Not create it, but inspire creativity, I should say. So another one of Clem's stashes. There's quite a few of them really close together, so you're just going to be absolutely filled up with stuff. Like, there's going to be more... you won't have space to pick up everything. Like, yeah, I think I picked up like one Molotov from that. But I just thought I'd show it around just you know, just for the sake of completion. And yeah, even more shotgun shells. It's just... We've got too much stuff. Absolutely too much stuff. We didn't need this much. And yeah, just more just more Molotovs that we absolutely don't need. And that one's just filled with syringes. Very, very, very nice. Now, this one I never fully understood, but the Slayers that are in those like cages, I guess, if you kill them while they're in there, you gain negative karma points. And apparently you meant to show even mercy to the monsters. It's a weird one. It's very weird. Maybe it's like showing that you... Maybe it's just the idea that, you know, Torque wants to see... That's a weird glitch. That's some very weird glitches. It hasn't quite loaded. Maybe it's just the idea that, you know, Torque wants to see bloodshed, and that's what gives you some negative karma. The idea that you just have this anger, this rage for violence, and if you don't need to kill them, you don't have to. But I always thought that was a bit stupid. Gaining negative karma for killing monsters. Like, come on. But yes, as we can see as we move through here, this was an area that we came to very, very early on. We've just taken a slightly different route to come back this way. And obviously now it's filled up with the corpses of Festers and other monsters that weren't around when we first came there. Because we are going to meet Horace in the dance hall, as he puts it, which is one of the electric chairs that we came to, or electric chair room we came to very early on. So here is possibly the biggest secret in the game. So if you move this crate over and jump up here, you pick up the Gonzo gun, which is, as it looks, a chicken. It does ruin the atmosphere ever so slightly, but I wanted to show it off because this is a nice little Easter egg you can pick up. So the Gonzo gun is insanely powerful. It's not quite a one-hit kill, but for pretty much any normal monsters, it will be. It's only bosses that it won't one-shot kill them. But you only get 20 rounds, and the rounds are, as you might expect from a chicken, you fire eggs at enemies. So we're getting towards the tail end of this game anyway, at least the last third to quarter. And yeah, see the marksman guy at the beginning.
I think you're my last chance, Talk. Don't let me down.
So the Gonzo gun is something we're going to save for a few specific encounters. The ammunition is far too... Well, not even rare. You only get 20 shots. You don't pick up any more. There's not enough rounds for you to start using them willy-nilly, so it's very much use it for tough encounters. An eye for an eye makes the whole world blind. They say Horace doesn't rest, His crime was horrible, but his execution was worse. Every now and again, I catch a scent of him, and I want to die myself. So we've come full circle now. This is right back at the very start. There was a CO that we first came across who ran away and was electrocuted. So we're going to be fighting Horace. I'm going to try and just talk over it, as he has quite a few interesting lines. The trick is there's electrical pulses that get sent out. So you want to jump over them and then shoot the electrical panels in between those shocks.
Oh no, it's back. It's starting again. It never stops. It just keeps burning. It won't let me go. I think we got something in common. We know what love is. We know what it is to love a woman. You do anything for her. Am I right? And something else we got. We know what it is to lose it. Lose it all. To not be in control. I can't fucking... Can't even remember what I was in here for. Beating up some guy, whatever. I got screwed by the system. Fuck them. They fucked my life. They're as responsible for my old lady's dying as I am. Nobody wants the whole story. Just lock them up, throw away the key. See you next life. Why? Just wanted to keep her safe. Couldn't protect her while I was on the inside. It ate me up. I lay awake at night thinking of what would happen to her. Any guy like me, any guy really loved his old lady would have done the same thing. Hard. God, so I couldn't take it anymore. So on that day, she came over for a conjugal. I fucked. I screwed her like I never had before. It was smooth, warm, rough, sweet. Best lay of our lives. I just wanna die. And then she was laying there after. She looked so beautiful with a sheen of sweat on her. And I did it. I cut her. Every last inch of her. All over. I cut her. Stop it! Stop me! It's coming again! Thank you.
That's what I mean by Horace being a little bit of a sympathetic character, because although he is haunting this place, he's also suffering constantly. And admittedly, I could have done that boss fight a little bit better. I did keep messing up the jump a bit.
He is gone. Now it's just you and me.
So yeah, I did mess up a little bit, but got through it. Didn't take too much damage. Oh, sneaky bastard. It seemed to be in the last two panels. Because it was a circular motion, I kept like missing like the frame of reference. I did my best. It could have been better, but it is not too much of a big deal. So yep, right at the start, and the game's been going on long enough now that the game kind of has an idea of like how many karma points you have. So you're going to be able to speak to the ghosts of your family, and what they say to you changes dramatically based on your karma at this point.
Is that you, Daddy? Daddy, I love you, Daddy. You wouldn't hurt us.
Dad, I'm over here. You're not so bad, I guess. I just wish you'd always been there, you know? T! Over here! Something broke in you in that group home, T. And I didn't have enough time to fix it. There's beauty in you. I could always see it. Stay strong for me, okay?
Thing I've always appreciated about this game is that it's not just about killing monsters and all these different creatures based on different execution methods. But it feels as if the creators had something to say about the criminal justice system and how, if not corrupt, at least broken it was. Like I said, I mean, a lot of the characters, especially the inmates, are usually more sympathetic than the COs, with exceptions. So these guys are immune to bullets, but not the gonzo gun, and a flashbang will take care of the rats. But let's see what Dr. Killjoy has to say about us, shall we? Carnate Institution for the Alienated. Inmate diagnosis. Patient name, Talk. Date, always and forever. Alienist, Dr. Killjoy, of course. Diagnosis, delusional, paranoid, multiple personality disorder. Slight. Description of condition. Patient seems to be under the delusion that, at times of high stress and or when threatened, he actually transformed into a hideous creature. In truth, of course, this only happens in his own mind. He never leaves human form. It is only sheer adrenaline that makes him astonishingly strong during this period, allowing him to wreak havoc indeed. So there's now a hole in the wall, so I imagine the earthquake that we had at the beginning is starting to rage a little bit further. And as I said right back at the start, all the 3 bodies that we first saw on the very, very original camcorder, although with a few more enemies and a fire to make sure it directs you. So the game is a tad linear in cases like that as it routes you around, but I like the fact that it does it in, I say, a clever way. Fire is pretty ostentatious, isn't it?
Dad, what's going on?
So going back down the stairs, except this time rather than go forward like we did right at the start, there's going to be a break in the wall, which is going to take us to our new area. Who wants to deny forever? When we gaze into the blackest oblivion, all we see is ourselves. People on Carnate are fixated on that void, but I try my best to look away. So I do find this section of the game a little bit interesting, because you'll be going past several sections that were previous levels, but either because of an earthquake having occurred, so there's holes in the walls, there's explosions, or certain things are open, you end up traversing it in a different manner. So these 2 COs, if you do not help them, will die, because they are completely unable to deal with the festers, despite the fact that, I mean, one has a Tommy gun, the other has a revolver. So in any other situation that would actually be quite helpful, but against the festers they just can't do anything. So we're going to try and put our flamethrower to a little bit of use here. We've picked up another can of fuel, and I find it's best to use it on the festers. The flamethrower is not too effective against other enemies, and well, we're kind of limited in what we can use against the festers, so it's a good enough time to use it. And it does have the benefit of usually, I say that, I missed that last rat there, but usually just cleaning the rats out as well as hurting these guys. So we're just going to torch it. And I wonder how effective, or whether it would actually be possible to make a flamethrower like this. Like, the only experience I have, as I imagine many kids did, was using a lighter and a can of deodorant when you're walking home from school.
Thanks for helping us. You're lucky Harley's obsessed with those rats. You didn't used to like inmates much neither.
I'm going back out there to kill the rest of those motherfucking bastards.
No, Harley, no! Stay here! We're gonna stay inside this tower until it's safe outside. It's gonna be safe again, right?
It's the motherfucking apocalypse.
It's like Tweedledee and Tweedledum. We're just gonna leave these guys.
Thank God we can stay in here.
Goddamn flamethrower to take all those fuckers out.
We're just gonna leave them to it. Just close the doors so they're nice and safe. And I'm guessing that was if you hadn't picked up the components for your flamethrower to give you a hint that you can make one. Or maybe it's just an off-the-color line. But as we can see, we've gone from the beginning part to the outside area with all the work equipment. And running straight across there is the radio tower, where we left the cowardly CO a few chapters back. So it'll be interesting to check up on him and see how he's doing. Ooh. After we've taken out... That was a stray shot that blew up the background. Bye-bye, Barrier. And... just absolutely jibbed. Get fucked. So yeah, you come into the radio tower. And we find that unfortunately our friend hasn't fared too well. And that might be due to the fact that, I mean, there's a fucking hole in the roof that you couldn't close. So it was never going to be the safest area. But coming up into here, we hear from the radio that he has managed to get it partially working. That the only way for them to send rescue is if we get the lighthouse working. So that's our next objective. To get the lighthouse powered on so that we can get a rescue boat to come in. Just going to rip this guy up and then slam to burn the rats out. And a tiny wee bit of slowdown there. Unfortunately, running emulators is not... It's quite difficult to get it working precisely, and every now and then it doesn't quite run to optimal standards. I did my best to try and get it to do it, but I don't actually have a PS2 anymore. I did growing up, but I tend to like having everything in my PC just because it's nice to have everything in one spot. Like all my DVDs and everything I've ripped and put on, so they're on external hard drives and whatnot. I just don't like having just so much stuff around. Like even reading books, I usually read stories through like PDFs now or on my Kindle just because I haven't got space for everything and I end up losing it anyway. I like to be quite minimalist in that I have everything digital. So I'm just going to ground and pound this a little bit, take them out. There's a few more Slayers coming out. And I do find, although there is a 50 caliber behind me, and I'm sure there's probably someone screaming, get on the fucking 50 cal, shoot him down. Because these ones are so fast, they end up just kind of surrounding you and you take quite a lot of damage. So the Slayers I prefer to take out with a shotgun, unless they're in front of me. But as you can see, almost got flanked there. So if they're all spread out, it's a bit of an issue. If they start trickling in, then you can kind of get away with it. But as I've mentioned before, it's very hit and miss with the 50 cals because it does leave you vulnerable and unable to maneuver. Death be not proud. When no evidence exists, the cunning will find some. Guilt by association can be sufficient. Still, I think the Colonel honestly believed in the evil he did. Speaking of wartime executions, I had the pleasure recently of watching a movie by the name of Paths of Glory, which, if I'm not mistaken, is a Stanley Kubrick film. It's quite old. I think it's, I want to say around the 1960s, so it's black and white, and it has the late, great Kirk Douglas in it. And that's all about basically a kangaroo court where they... I don't want to give too much more away, but it's even though it's black and white, it's a really, really good movie, despite the fact that it's old. So if you've never heard of it before, I'd recommend giving it a watch. So we're finally getting to some new areas. We've been kind of traversing areas that we've previously visited, just in a slightly different area up until now. And a very conveniently located 50 cal to take out these marksmen. Have to be very quick with this because when they start shooting they can do some mean damage. And shoot the bus a few times to make it roll back, and that will create our exit out of it. Fortunately, they don't seem to be fantastic shots today. They keep hitting to the side of me quite a bit. So a little bit of Tommy gun ammo, so I'm just going to use a little bit of that. And we want to pretty much just move past it. There's a, as you can see, a hole in the ground there where Slayers will come out, and we don't have a searchlight or anything to deal with that one, so we're just going to mosey on out of there. Now as you come around, take the beaten path over to the left and you basically cut out a little section rather than following the road through point.
Keep going! I think we lost it! Watch out! Up there! Oh, Christ!
Escaping isn't as simple as just getting outside. But I don't need to tell you that. You know there is no real escape.
So that little cutscene lets us know that down by the river, as we saw, there were a few items by some of the caverns. And with that truck being knocked over, it's given us a nice little ramp to go and explore that area. Now, Torque, as much of a badass as he is... I'm just going to use the guns to take these guys out. Torque being as much of a badass as he is, because, as was the case for a lot of games from this era, usually to limit you from going too far out or to areas you're not meant to, Torque can't swim. So if you fall into the water, you will drown immediately. Not sure... why Torque's such a bad swimmer, other than the fact that they needed it for the game, to be honest. But there's a few goodies here, and as you can see, another bike pump. So if you hadn't picked up the equipment for the flamethrower in the previous few chapters, there's another opportunity to get what you need there. Unfortunately, the bike pump doesn't give us any more flamethrower fuel. Only picking up extra gas cans does that. So it is completely redundant getting it, but it's just to show it there in case you've gotten past that point and you haven't picked it up. So another little area to restock, and let's just tear these guys apart, shall we? Let's not mince around. And just the sheer size of that AoE, that was very delayed knocked back by the marksman there. It's just the sheer size of the AoE. Once you get it fully upgraded, you can just stay in one spot and pretty much clear the whole area out around you. So there's a little bit more off the beaten track on this level than some of the other ones. So there's a... Try to look around rather than just go in a straight line. And this right here was where they executed them. So this is actually one of the few times I find the flashbang to come in handy, otherwise you just get eviscerated with these guys. But it lets you stun them just long enough to get on the 50 cal. Now it is entirely possible just to completely run past this point, and in actual fact even using the 50 cal, because so many of them pop up, you're unlikely to do this without taking a little bit of damage. So it probably would have been smarter not to use it, but there's a set piece. You give you a big old machine gun and they're going to make enemies pop out. Like, it's rude not to, isn't it? But as you can see, you get absolutely surrounded at this point, so just keep firing. And unfortunately, you'll notice that sometimes once you've killed them, when you're firing, you're still hitting the dead body. And when they appear behind you, well, behind other marksmen like that, it can be a bit of a problem, because basically the corpses in front will stop the ones at back from getting hit. Especially during their dying animation, you can't jib them like you can with a shotgun when they're dying. And as you can see, all it took was one marksman there just to go completely off, and that was over half my health gone very, very quickly. So this section, and yeah, try to hit the little explosive barrels around. This section is very hazardous to your health, and you'll notice I've used quite a few zombie and bottles to keep going. They just throw so many at you. They don't even drop any weapons or ammo, the tight bastards. But from here, there's a little area you can move off. Again, this area is completely optional, but it's worth having a little look. And like that, we've restocked most of our health. And in addition, there is an area up above we can get to, which, if you want to unlock all of Consuela's files at the end, is an area you'll need to look through.
Serious enough to shoot those fucking traitors.
So yeah, it seems that there was a plane crash of a Nazi plane, and that was the catalyst for just gonna yeet that marksman out of the boundary. That seems to have been the catalyst for making the colonel believe that the only way the Nazis would know about this location was if there were traitors in the mist. And I could be mistaken, but I'm pretty sure the crash plane was like a bomber of some description, or maybe a spy plane. So for it to land there, it suggests either they were looking for the island or that they were looking to do some damage, and that was what caused the captain, to think that he had traitors amongst his mists. Not that it could have been any number of reasons, like navigation failure or a huge number of problems. Obviously, the equipment back then wasn't the most sophisticated. I mean, you still had to use compasses and navigation and maps. It's not like we had GPS nowadays. I mean, there's so many tales in Britain during the blackouts when they would cover up all the windows so that the bombers couldn't see where the towns were, and because they couldn't really see, they had to kind of guess in a sense, and they're just dropping bombs in fields and just random rural areas, hoping that they're somewhere in the vicinity of London. You know, I mean, that was almost a century ago at this point. So yeah, the equipment wasn't the most sophisticated. So be careful coming up here. You're going to encounter someone who that you can save, but he's a piece of shit. Single bullet theory. In the end, the island took the soul of the colonel. It left him with no alternative but the bullet. It was the same gun he used at the executions. So yeah, the colonel ended up taking his own life at the end of it. So there is a inmate here who's running away, and he mistakes you for one of the various monsters, and he'll throw dynamite behind him. And you want to be careful because it will hurt you a lot. He can absolutely kill you quite easily. And this inmate, I've said I've liked most of the characters that you end up escorting, even with their quirks like the cow and everything, and the high CO in the sanitarium. This guy I hate. This guy is a piece of shit. And if it wasn't for the fact I was trying to go for a good run, I would happily kill him. I mean, admittedly, most of the people you end up saving kind of die anyway. There's only a very small handful that either... Well, you don't even know if they necessarily survive. Not in this game, at least. It's at least left ambiguous, like the inmate that kept talking about Byron that you helped earlier. I don't think it ever mentions whether he did or didn't make it or not. But obviously the coward ended up dying in the radio room. The CO right at the start ends up getting electrocuted. Most of the people you save end up dying anyway. It's such a fucking dick. But yeah, this one I didn't want to save, but you know, I want it to be the good guy. You have to take the moral high road, be the bigger man, even if he did try to kill you by throwing dynamite at you. So try to be careful through these caverns. As you can see from the ceiling, there's a lot of blood, so there's plenty of areas where noosemen can drop down. So we're just going to keep on making our way through, and thankfully there's a little bit of infighting going on here. The Slayers and the Festers in particular do not like each other. A lot of the enemies seem to infight, but the Festers and the Slayer, I don't know why specifically, they just fight a lot. No idea what that is.
Save Corey and Malcolm from the fire. They're with us now.
Word is bond, I'll fuck you up.
He's such a dick. He's such a piece of shit, man. Like, surely you can, like, hear or tell or something. And we're back through an area of World War II bunkerage. Be careful, there's a lot of explosives around here, which, as you can see, we can use to open up a few areas. and clear through some of the rubble. And apparently the Colonel was using the biggest damn revolver possible as it took his head clean off. That is not something you get from standard munitions. I have unfortunately played the Reddit Q or... what was the game called? Where you click on a link and it will show you either a wholesome picture or a disgusting image. And I've unfortunately seen the aftermath of a shotgun suicide. So in that area we've just run through, there's a whole bunch of enemies, and in all honesty, it's easy just to run past them. So yeah, yeah, I've seen the aftermath of a shotgun suicide, and even then it doesn't take the whole head off. It just takes a large part of the upper skull off. So yeah, that room we came through, when I was coming to make this walkthrough, you just get inundated with monsters. But if you run past, they don't seem to chase you any further. So just run past them. And then if you move that TNT box... See, and this is why I don't like the guy. You literally saved his life, despite the fact he's been trying to kill you, by moving that box over and blowing him free. And he's still like, I would have got out myself. And it's like, just fuck off. Fuck off, you egotistical piece of shit. And what's worse is even when he's helping you, because his weapon of choice is dynamite, he can hurt you, even when he's following you. So you want to try and like, he's so impatient. He's so rude. You know, I live in England. We have British manners and British sensibilities. We are not rude like this.
We can hold up there and wait until the dope wears off and these hacks are out of ammo. Look, it's tight up in these caverns, but I know all the shortcuts.
And a few times you'll notice he gets, well, as well as you have to be careful that he doesn't blow you up, so you kind of want him to take the lead. A few times he'll get grabbed by the nooseman. And the best thing to do is not to do anything. Because if you try to shoot the nooseman out, you're liable to hit him and kill him. And the noosemen don't kill him. They just do a little bit of damage. So just wait for him to shrug it off and then shoot the nooseman. Otherwise, you're liable to get him to turn on you.
You be a brother who wants to make something of himself, got himself some real bread, and they liable to lock you up. Just look at me. Cops fucking me my whole life.
So this guy's under the impression that all of the weird monsters he's seeing are the result of hallucinogenics that they've given to the inmates, and they're using it as an excuse to hunt the inmates. That's his train of thought. I'm not too sure if it comes out in this walkthrough. I know he does say a few lines. I'm not sure if it comes out or whether it was... because, yeah, they don't always say all of the lines of dialogue, but that's what he thinks is going on. I'm Yeah, I don't know what illicit substances he's used to come to that conclusion. I can only assume he's familiar with magic mushrooms and LSD, but that might just be me making ignorant assumptions. Anyways, up ahead we have our boss fight with Hermes, and he has quite a few interesting things to say, so I'm going to quickly give the rundown beforehand. He's a bit of a puzzle boss. There's some switches you want to turn off and vents you want to go over and then try and blow him into the oven.
So don't act like you saved my life or nothing. I'm gonna make it through this bad trip. I don't need nobody. Sweet. This is it. We're set now. It's like a vault in here. Nothing can get in.
Nothing
You say something?
Yes.
What was that? I think the dope's coming back.
Breathe deep.
That smell! What in the fuck's going on?
That always feels good. He needed to go. He wasn't interesting enough. Not like you. You understand how it feels. He needed someone professional to pull the switch. A lot of eager sadists applied, but I was the only one who took the work seriously. So seriously, I wanted to taste the gas myself. That's what carnate does. It brings out the killer inside. It's the perfect place for you and me. Between those that feel safest in the light, and those that feel safest in the dark. Intense light. Everything in the control room. No one knows you. I like that feeling. I'm here in the basement of the lighthouse. It's the one place the beacon can't illuminate. I thrive in that darkness. Yes. That's it.
And yeah, that is Hermes dealt with. That's the big three. Not too difficult, it's really just a puzzle boss. You just have to shut off all the other means of him coming in through gas, forcing him up through one vent, and then you give him a blast of air, put him in the oven, and Hermes is done. And a child shall lead them. When they burned the accused witches, they thought they were doing God's will. But that's the trick about killing someone. You can't decide to take it back later. Yeah, just to touch up a little bit more of Hermes, I fucking love his voice acting. Just the breathing he does is amazing. Anyway, as we're about to encounter our final enemy, the Inferno. And much like how Clem described the Festers in his book, these ones also seem to be strange in that they're not based upon the people who died. What it was is, several hundred years ago, there were 3 girls who accused much of the townfolk of being witches, and 11 of them were burnt at the stake. But for some strange reason, the Inferno seem to be representations of the 3 little girls who did the accusations, as opposed to the ones who died. I never quite understood how the logic and consistency works in the creatures, and I think it's just a rule of cool sometimes.
I survived 10 hours out here in this pit of hell, and I had to run into you? The scum who killed his own wife and children? Why, Pendejo? Huh? Why you do it? You going to kill me too? Come on, inmate, kill me, I dare you!
Kill him before he kills you. Wait, he's just confused.
So it turns out you don't have the cojones to kill me when you have the chance. You fucking inmate. Go to hell, I am done with you.
He'll shoot you in the back. Give him a reason to trust you.
Why do you follow me, inmate? Who are you fooling? You hate me as much as I hate you. All you inmates think CEOs are evil, but we are prisoners in Abbot as much as you. You ever think of that? When this shit happened, I immediately headed to town, down this road. I wanted to find Consuela and my daughters. My beautiful girls. But I got to our house, it was on fire. These fucking putas everywhere. No sign of my family. I have been looking ever since, and I will not give up. You still here, inmate? Torque, isn't that what they call you? Now, come on, then. We may hate each other, we may die anyway, but we will kill more of these putas together than alone.
This is Ernesto, who is the husband of a character called Consuela, who have one of the notebooks at the end of the video.
Torque, over here! The Coast Guard is our only hope to survive, and they need the lighthouse on in order to land here. But the earthquake knocked the power out. We need to get the generator started again. Follow me.
And he's a complete dickhead when you first meet him. There's no messing with that. I mean, this is the guy at the very, very beginning of the game who's leading you to your cell saying, fucking inmates should all die.
Won't they let the dead rest?
Why did they believe us? We never thought they'd really do it. It all went wrong. It was fun at first. We didn't like them. We made them go.
But as you fight with him, he does end up warming to you a little bit, just because, well, you're helping him. And as far as allies go, he's probably the most useful one you come across. I mean, owns the fact that he has a Tommy gun, so he's not liable to hurt you as the guy with the TNT. He can do a lot of damage with his Tommy gun, and I find the Tommy gun is pretty good against these Inferna. Unlike a lot of the creatures you come across, you can't really stun lock them. So the shotgun isn't nearly as useful. What you want is just pure DPS. So Tommy gun is... I prefer the shotgun for most situations, but the Tommy gun actually tends to be the best weapon against the Inferna. And then I use the revolvers a little bit. And they seem to spawn pretty much anywhere where there's fire. And they only really have two attacks. They either run at you and leave a trail of fire so they can surround you and you can end up walking into it. Or they do kind of a scream and they have the same explosion that you use when you're in your Insanity Beast mode. But once you've taken them down, you have to shoot the ashes. Otherwise, they end up respawning. And again, thankfully our buddy here is actually quite useful and quite accurate with Tommy guns, so he's actually good to have him along. Not only is he useful in the fact that he can actually do a little bit of DPS, but he kind of leads you through where you need to go. Because this area is actually one of the few more open-ended areas. And I've done it before when I've gone for the bad ending. I've killed this guy. It is very, very easy to get lost. So having him kind of lead you is definitely the beneficial way of doing it. And yeah, he definitely warms up the more you come across him, and I like that. He has a bit of character development in a relatively short amount of time, which not really any of the other ones do. So I appreciate that. I appreciate they put in the effort. But yeah, it's quite interesting because Inferna, although it seems to be based on obviously burning to death and death by immolation, for whatever reason, they seem to take the form of these small girls. And even in the lore, there was only 3 of them that did the accusations. And I think that's why when you fight the Inferna, you never come across more than 3 at any time. Although you do seem to kill the same 3 over and over again. They just don't give up. I don't know if it's the case of them being reincarnated or if it's... I don't know. I think, again, it's just kind of the rule of cool. Little girls are scary. And I can only assume that the creators of this game were big fans of The Shining. I mean, we already have a Shining reference earlier in, and The Shining's a bloody good movie. So they saw the 2 girls at the end of the hallway, and it's like, oh, we're going to make it to 3. We're going to up it. We're going to one-up them. So going for this area, we shine the searchlight down to stop the slayers from continually appearing. Deal with the inferno that come from the subsequent fire. And by moving in here, we're going to be able to start the generator and hopefully get the lighthouse working. And we're actually moving close towards escaping this damn island. And a nice little bit of TNT to help you, although TNT against the Inferno are not too useful.
You've done it! The lights are on. Let's get back to the lighthouse and leave this evil place.
And there's a few areas off the side route that I try to make sure I visit all of them here. For instance, this phone call you can obviously ignore.
T, I'm coming to visit. I want to see you and the boys. I've got good news. Things are going well here. And I've got a proposition. I think we can make it work. For once, things are gonna work out. I can't wait to see the boys, and you too. I'll meet you at your apartment, okay? See you soon, T.
How rude is he being? We're trying to have a conversation with our late wife. He's going, "Vámonos, vámonos, over here, come here, in red." So this is one of the sections where he'll lead you not straight back to the lighthouse, but one of the offshoots, which you don't have to come to, but
What are they doing?
and it turns out I lied. I'm incorrect because there are 4 Inferno here. I did say like literally 3 minutes ago you only ever come across 3 at any one point, and clearly I was telling porcupines. But it does come into what I was saying earlier about the manifestation doesn't seem to be of individual characters, but more complicated than that. I mean, in Clem's notes and in the history of Carnate, there were only 5 COs that were hung and, well, killed by the inmates, but obviously we've come across more than 5 Noosemen over the course of this game. I don't know why there's 4 of them, whereas when specifically in Clem's notebook it says there were 3. I don't know if maybe he was incorrect in that, or they just thought, fuck it, let's add a 4th character in, or I don't know the full idea. The rules seem very loose, to be fair.
My wife told me the story of this place. 300 years ago, there was a Puritan village on this island. 3 young girls accused villagers of being in league with the devil. There were burnings. I think this is where they did it. They feared evil from within, but they did not see the real enemy.
Yeah, even he just said there were 3 young girls, so why there was a 4th one there, I don't know, unless one of them, there was like a 4th girl that was the ringleader who was telling the other 3 what to do, but didn't actually get involved herself, or whether they are somehow able to duplicate themselves. I mean, we've seen them respawn quite a bit. I'm not too sure what the rules are, and the game doesn't really go too much into detail either.
I do not think so. I'm not going into
I'm not going into those caves, but I'm going to lead you to it in case you want to.
Who you want? I'll wait out here.
He's being a bit schizophrenic, isn't he? 1 minute. Oh, yeah, we make a good team. You're good.
What are you doing here? Shh, keep your voices down.
Who are you?
Don't worry, we're still safe, girls. Girls, you didn't leave the girls with you here, did you?
So we're going to try and help these guys out. That's why we use the Gonzo gun, because we don't have our CO friends help us out here. These inmates are completely helpless, don't have any weapons, so if you don't want them to get completely killed, you're going to need to take them out. Which, you know, isn't too difficult to do. I actually prefer using the revolver against these guys over the shotgun. Although that exacerbates it, so now that we've taken out the Inferno, let's just quickly slice these guys out and make sure that the other inmates are far enough away that we don't take those out. And as you can see, because it's a flame attack, we can't take that little ash pile out, so we have to transform back and quickly gun it down before it respawns. And oh, there's another one. I am guessing I must have either accidentally shot one or they've got hit by my explosion, because they're making lots of sounds as if I'm trying to kill them. But we're doing our best. We're trying to help. We didn't mean to bring evil assholes in here. We were just hoping to pick up some goodies. It's not our fault that you... like literal an apocalypse has broken out and you haven't at any point decided to pick up a fucking weapon like a normal person. Alright, there was one Inferno around here. Where has she gone? Let's just... oh, that's why they keep... see, it's not my fault if they run in front of my firing line, is it? Just got a death wish. And that is the last one. So again, this area completely optional. In fact, it's kind of detrimental to come in here. As you might have noticed, one of the bigger threats of the Inferno isn't that they themselves are necessarily too difficult, but that they are absolute bullet sponges. You run out of ammo very quickly fighting them, and it's very difficult to use your beast mode on them, whereas you can rip the Festers and other enemies up with relative ease. Trying to take them out with melee attacks is going to end up with you being burnt. And you can't really use your ground and pound attack either because it's fire based, doesn't really hurt them. So I feel like they designed them like that specifically so that you had to remain in human form, and that's why you only really come across them. You literally only come across them in the last 2 chapters of the game. So they're like the final type of enemy you come across. But we are completely spent on ammo. And there's a little area in here which has a few goodies for us. In all honesty, if you're trying to like minimax it, it's not really worth coming in here. Even saving those inmates from the monsters, because it alleges that you were the one that brought the monsters in. You don't even get any good karma points from it. All you get is potentially a bike pump if you haven't picked up one before for your flamethrower. And considering most of the enemies that you're going to be facing from now up until the end of the game are Inferno, it's not the most useful item to come across, but I wanted to come in here, you know, just for the sake of completion, to show all the areas. I hate those things. So yeah, you cleared out the areas, and they're still freaking out, but that's just how it goes. It's not like with the other characters where you get good points for saving them. It's just a random set piece essentially. So we're just going to follow him back, and we're going to make our way now to the lighthouse and get it powered on. And hopefully we can get a little bit of help to get off this shitey place. And once again, he's going to wait outside because, you know, ladders. You know, it requires cardio and he hasn't got it.
Damn. The power is on, but the light is not turning.
Oh, he'll keep watch. He'll keep watch. Another way of saying, I have become fat and lazy being a CO, and climbing up all those ladders sounds as if it's going to give me a bit of a workout. So yeah, just going to make our way up here. Guardgate Prometheus. Really? Prometheus? Really? You going with that? So yeah, come up here and you'll notice there is some Slayer limbs that are blocking the contraption. So shoot them out and get it rotating. And you don't have to, again, not to come out here, but there's a few little scenes for us. So yeah, a lot of the visions you see from, I want to say, about the mid-game onwards, how they say it and how they react are very different based on the karma you've brought up to that point, which is quite nice. I mean, the game's not too long and it is a fairly straightforward, so I feel like they kind of designed it for a little bit of replayability in that regard. I think they could have probably done a little bit more to make replaying worth it, because it is quite linear, but it's a fun game. I've been gushing about it, so I can't really talk. Distress signal received. Lighthouse now operational. Rescue craft en route. Meet at Eastern Docks. Coast Guard Prometheus.
The light is on. Oh, now the Coast Guard can come. Muchas gracias, Stork. You have proven yourself. I still say inmates are scum, but you, maybe less so, see? Come on, now we can make our way to town.
We're not total scum. So yeah, we're going to make our way to town, and we're going to be entering into our final chapter of the game. So it's been a long ride, we're almost at the end.
I don't know how we'll get through, but we will have to.
It's not just Abbot. It's this whole island. It's a cesspool of human atrocity. People come here, they do things maybe they wouldn't normally do. Evil fucking shit. You're different. You're the wild card in the deck. But you set me free. You'll never forget a death. I hold you. Now go on. Find out what kind of man you are.
What was that? Lightning? It almost hit us. Well, at least we can make it through the gates now. Come on.
Last breath before dying. It all makes sense now. This place is magnification, concentration, purification. Now the world goes black. I see my reflection in a pool of blood. I kiss it all goodbye. So as we can see, even though we've defeated them, in a lot of ways it was kind of just theatre. Hermes, Horus and Dr. Killjoy still exist and they still have influence. And I think that's meant to be representation of this island. As they say over and over again, you can't beat it.
Daddy, these girls taught me a new game.
No little shits I do not want to play. But yeah, just gun these guys out. Fortunately, our CO body here is fire resistant. I can actually take quite a bit of a beating without too much trouble.
I don't understand what we just saw there, but I don't ever want to see it again. Did you kill your children, or did this place somehow do it?
So yeah, just continue on down, well, through the motorway, and you're going to get hit with everything that we've had to face so far. And I'm missing Gonzo shots, but I'm just trying to use a little bit up of it because, well, it seems like a waste if we've gone out of a way to get it, not to use it a little bit. But literally every enemy now is all going to come at you. So the previous level was pretty much just Inferno, with a couple of other guys thrown in. This level, as you'd imagine from the last level, throws everything and the kitchen sink. Oh, I'm sorry. That's just so good. Get hit by a flying egg and you just disintegrate into pieces. Just absolutely jibs. Unfortunately, they're quite quick, so actually hitting them consistently is not too easy. And we're going to try and save some of the final rounds we have left, because there's a couple of nasty bits right at the end, and the Gonzo gun's going to help us take them out. So we're going to try and save at least a few rounds before we get there. And much like before, try to move off the beaten path a little bit, because there will be a few goodies here and there. So as you make our way through here, the little sisters are kind enough to set both ends on fire. but make sure you move forward to get the set piece to start. As you can see here, I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself trying to jump over and start the section off straight away.
We want you to be here with us.
Sometimes you just have to have a little bit of patience and not try and solve problems before they've even started. So a couple of Inferno will appear. It's nice and simple, just Tommy gun them. I don't know why, it just Tommy gun. I think it's because our CEO uses it. Like, the Tommy gun I don't like using for most of this game, except for these final 2 sections. I don't know, it just feels quite satisfying to shoot these little flame bitches with it. So make your way over by climbing up, and another Inferno will appear to, well, so you can get out easier, I guess. Would be the game design reason for why she appears. Because she's going to burn a hole through this section here. So just take her out. And we can start progressing onwards. I say that might be an easy idea if we move out a little bit so we don't just get completely engulfed in flames in the enclosed space. So shoot the TNT, which is going to cause some water to leak. And much like when we had the sprinklers earlier in the game, we're going to just move the crate over to the drain, which is going to cause the place to get flooded, and we can get out. Nice and simple. It's not really, you know, the most brain testing of puzzles we're going to come across. Relatively simple stuff.
This smoke will kill us soon.
Literally in the process of dealing with it, you prick. And he's always like, oh, asphyxiation, it's going to do us. Like, at that point, just try and run through the fire or something.
Die this way after surviving so long. Dios mío. A miracle, the fire is out. Again, you prove yourself. Come on, we must get to town.
And as with before, whenever you cause water to come up, we'll have mainliners appear. I'm not entirely certain why that is. I mean, the mainline is all about lethal injection. I don't know what the connection is with them and water, which is why I always thought of the whole, you know, them being potentially like ideas of stillbirths, you know, mothers who've either been on drugs and not been able to give birth, because I was thinking maybe with the way they're deformed, it's kind of fetal-like, and water with, you know, the water of the womb. I don't know, that's just one thing my mind went to.
My wife tells me stories of this place. Madre Dios, they are... Que mala suerte! The road is out! There's no way across, and this is the only way to get to town.
So there's a few set pieces that need to occur. So walk to the end to make this part happen.
Watch out! That truck is on fire!
Which will cause the truck to explode, and as we've come to expect, whenever there's fire, we're going to get the little bitches coming out. So deal with them. And it can be a bit... I found quite frustrating when I first went through this, because again, like previously, I was trying to work ahead. I was going up the side roads and was like, right, why is this not activating? And you need to be in a few certain areas in order to make events occur to actually progress. So walk to the end, don't jump off to your death, basically.
So, you still need some help. The killer you really are. But you don't know anything. Go on to the dock, where you'll see how things really are.
Did I mention how much I love his voice acting? Because I love Hermes' voice acting. As we can see, setting him on fire didn't actually deal with him. He's still around.
What Diablo was that? See if we can make it across now.
So yeah, just pick up the few goodies from this upper section and then make your way. Jesus Christ, he should have been an Olympian with jumps like that. And make our way through. We're going to get ambushed by a few more enemies. So really just use everything at your disposal. Any weapons, any projectiles, just whatever you can to finish up these last guys. Just just have a field day with it. If you want to tear them up in beast mode, do whatever you need to. You've got plenty of ammo and plenty of projectiles for this last section, so just have fun. If you run out of ammo, he has unlimited ammo, so he can cover you. He's got you covered. Just literally throw anything down these holes, take these guys out. And of course a few festers, so we might as well use up the last of our flamethrower. Also, is it because like it's on a slightly raised ground, or is one of those bigger than the other? Or is that just like... What the fuck? Did he just run off the... He just ran off the edge of the cliff. Oh no, he isn't. There he is. Oh, okay, I thought he did, but... I've never seen him do that before. What the fuck? And yeah, we're going to use the flamethrower on just all of them, because this is right at the end. Let's just use up everything we have. Just try it out on all the different means. And yeah, even the rats in fights, not just the monsters. The rats have a grudge against the other guys as well. So let's just burn these last two as we make our way towards the final area of the dock. And again, I like the fact that the final boss that you face is the final boss no matter what. But there's a lot of talking that's going on through it, and the context for your final fight is again entirely dependent on what karma you've had up until that point. I always find it quite amazing how just slight changes in dialogue can just completely change a certain context, and that's not meant to be there. He just just walked past him like he was playing musical statues. And let's just give him.
We looked it down, it burns. My family, if they're still there, it is too terrible to think of. What has happened to this island? We must get to the town somehow. I must find Consuela.
And this is sadly the last we're going to see of our little CO. So he's going to break away to go to town to try and save Consuela and his daughters. And we'll get separated.
I would do anything to keep my children safe.
So yeah, again, a kind of a contrived reason, but the fire will appear. If you try to run past it, you'll die immediately, because you're not meant to go that far. But it's a way for you to get separated, so he can go and find his family, and you end up facing what kind of man you are at the docks. Not before they throw a few waves of Inferno at us, for good measure, you know, just to make sure we've not gotten too lazy, keeping us on our toes for the final section. And at least he hasn't just completely abandoned us to our fate. He's still staying there and trying to help like a sentry turret. So, you know, he's called us some nasty things, but you got to give him a little bit of credit. At least he wasn't a complete asshole like the last person we tried to save.
There's no way through! This inferno is too thick! I must go back to the town. I have to keep looking. You go on, inmate. Meet the Coast Guard at the docks. I will meet you there later.
You gave him the chance you never had.
And that's all of the normal enemies now.
Everything comes to an end.
So we're just going to equip the Gonzo gun because this is the final boss, and it's going to help us. Well, powerful weapon's going to help us kill the boss, obviously.
My diagnosis is complete. Your cure is at hand. You might think my methods a bit unorthodox, but my results will speak for themselves. Ahead you will encounter something altogether unlike what you've seen before. But I have something that can help you. A device that can cure you, put your demons to rest. But only if it is sufficiently powered, and only if you are in your more, shall we say, primal form. Use this correctly, and you cannot help but be cured. You do want to be cured, don't you, Doc? It's up to you now.
So, as I mentioned before, we've done a little theatre with them, but we haven't killed them. We haven't defeated their entities. So, we're going to be using the same kind of device that we used at the sanitarium with Dr. Killjoy, that purple beam.
The man was wearing black clothes. He was like a shadow. I didn't see him, and then he was there. Oh, Daddy, I wish you could have been there. I know you would have kept us safe.
So it's kind of like facing your demons at this point. So the first stage is to face your beast form, and the Gonzo gun is the best way to deal with it. Otherwise he can actually be quite tough. He can take a bit of a beating, so we're just going to fire 6 eggs at him, and that will deal with him. And of course there's a few main lines around here. They just have to pad it out a little bit. Just a few little guys. It ruins it. It ruins the surprise. It ruins the 1v1 personal... Unless this is meant to be hinting at the fact that he struggled with addiction in the past with talk, but I might be reading into it too much.
They killed us to get to you, didn't they? I forgive you, Dad. You couldn't keep us safe forever. I just wish I could have said goodbye.
So much like how your human form is the best way to deal with your primal form is probably the best way to deal with your human form. So just transform and just fucking gank him into oblivion. And he's dealt with relatively easily.
You always had the worst luck, T. We didn't work out for so long. And when we got close, it all got taken away. You'd never hurt us. Not on purpose. No matter how angry you got at the world, you always loved me and the boys. Now's the time, T. You need to face down the anger you have inside. Remember, I'm right there with you.
So the final boss we come across seems to be just a pure manifestation, more so than our beast form, of the internal rage we have. And conventional weapons ain't gonna do shit against him. The only way to take this guy out is by using this crane and getting the purple powers, the same ones that we had when we was at the sanitarium with Dr. Killjoy. So we're just gonna try and keep him busy. He will fire this weird kind of purple stuff at you, which can be quite difficult to see and dodge, as well as a few like fireballs now and then. And what you're going to want to try and do as best as possible is aim for that red circle in the center of his chest, and pretty much just keep moving side to side to dodge any of his attacks while you just keep hitting him with that. And it can be quite difficult because, I mean, this is right at the end, so you don't really know what moves he uses. It's not really the most telegraphed. You don't have any frame of reference. I mean, stuff like the big swipe is easy, but when you start shooting the beams, it's a lot more difficult to see. But just really just keep moving around as much as you can, and that's probably the best way to avoid most of the damage. And as we can see, as he gets weaker, the light in his chest gets dimmer and dimmer, almost like a health bar from Dead Space. And unfortunately, taking him out once isn't going to cut it. And I can't recall if that's because this is being played on the hardest difficulty, or if that happens on every difficulty mode, that you'll find his health bar seems to go right down, and then next time he pops out, it's like light again. I can't recall if that happens on the easier difficulties, I'm afraid. I'm not quite sure. Maybe they're just trying to pad it out. Because as we see here, it seems like he's gone. Because his health bar went dim, and then he pops up again. And it's fully realised again. Maybe that's difficulty. They just wanted to give him 2 health bars just to try and make it a little bit more difficult. I honestly couldn't tell you, I'm afraid. I haven't done as much research as I perhaps should have. Oh, fuck. You got us there. But 1 hit. We'll take 1 hit. That's not too bad. We've done reasonably well so far. So just keep moving around. Keep throwing them. And it keeps replenishing, so you don't have to be super accurate. I'm trying, obviously, to hit him in the chest, but just kind of keep throwing them. And that is the creature dealt with. And that is the end of our game.
Sends his regards. Back in Eastern, he warned you, but you didn't listen. He said to leave you alive. Only you. Enjoy your new life.
Get on board, quick! I don't know what the hell's happened, but we gotta get out of here. Another boat's coming to pick up anybody else who's left. Hold on! You're that guy Torque, ain't you? I heard about you in the news. I got a friend at the DA's office. Says the prosecutor on your case is being indicted. Says you probably get a new trial. Guess it's your lucky day, huh? Jesus. You look like you've really been through hell.
Somebody's missing from this picture, T. I don't want us to ever be apart again. Love always, Carmen.
And so yeah, that is the good ending. It turns out that we didn't kill our wife and kid. Because of the blackouts we have, we don't recall what happened, and it was just assumed that we were the ones who had done it all because of our violent past. And to be perfectly fair, that sadly is the case quite a lot in America. If they have someone who seems to be guilty, a lot of the time they won't go through the effort of trying to find out what actually went wrong. So the neutral ending to this game, it turns out that you accidentally killed your wife in a fit of rage, and then your oldest son, seeing that, drowns the younger brother in the bath and then chucks himself out a window, which sounds like the most far-fetched of all of them. And then obviously if you and I should say in the neutral ending, at the end he ends up knocking the boatman out and then sailing back with the unconscious guy, which is probably the most far-fetched of all of the endings. The fact that your kid was like, oh, and kills the other kid, it's a bit strange. And then in the bad ending, if you kill everyone you come across, or kill most of them, it turns out in actual fact you did kill everyone, your wife and your kids. And when the boatman arrives, you turn into your beast form, throw a box at him, kill him, blow up the boat, and retreat back to the island because that's where you belong. So yeah, there's there is a sequel to this game, so I can only assume that either the good or neutral ending is the canonical one. I've never actually played through it, which is strange because I really like this one, and I've just never got round to the Suffering 2, which is definitely on my to-do list at some point. But yeah, thank you very much for taking the time to listen to 4 hours of me rambling over a game. What is wrong with you? Did you not have something better to do? You could at least start like the first like 40% of the Lord of the Rings Extended Edition trilogy, or watch some movies that are more horror based. I'll say that with it being prison based, I would definitely recommend Shawshank Redemption. But yeah, that's the end of our game. If you stick around at the end of this, I have both Clem's notebook and Consuela's notebook, which will be telling you about the different monsters you come across, as well. Well, Clem's notebook will be telling you about the different monsters you come across, and Consuela's notebook will tell you about like the different areas, so some of the processes and, you know, where you have the death house in different part and some of the history in it. It's kind of been explored obviously through the game, like the colonel killing people and then taking their own life and the slave ship and whatnot, but it's just, I guess, just a little bit more information for those who are interested. And it's nice that they went through that, because they kind of framed it. With Clem's book, it's him drawing sketches because he wants to write down what he's seeing, whereas in Consuela's notebook, the idea is that she was brought to the island because of her husband, wasn't obviously too happy about it, and her and her daughters ended up like making kind of a scratch book as like a project to try and make the fact that you are now living on a prison island a little bit less depressing, because I can imagine that's a pretty depressing living arrangement. But yeah, if that interests you, carry on watching. Thank you very much for your time, and I will see you in the next video. I won't see you. You'll hear me in the next video. You'll hear me in the next video. I'm gonna stop talking now. Bye bye.
Contained in these pages are my observations of the bizarre creatures that have appeared on Carnate Island since the cataclysm struck. The creatures emerge in a variety of ways, but many of them appear to come from within the island itself, as if the very earth of Carnate were poisonous and vile. Though I scarcely have time to keep a journal like this while trying to keep myself alive, my inquisitive nature forces me to write down what I see, in the hope that I might better understand it. But how can this unspeakable horror possibly be understood? It is as if Carnate's horrific sins, both past and present, are being brought to life in a pageant of death. Slayer, I first witnessed these creatures jumping out of the ground itself. Their heads were detached from their torsos, held aloft by hideous contraptions. Their limbs have been replaced by blades of the sharpest steel. To my eyes, they appear to be a manifestation of decapitation. Yet it seems improbable anyone ever had their head chopped off in Abbot. I suppose on Carnate anything is possible. I have dubbed these monstrosities Slayers. Marksman. Based on the battery of rifles attached to its back and the blindfold around its head, this marksman appears to be the reincarnation of a military firing squad. Abbot was originally a POW camp during World War II, so it seems likely they would have had executions of that sort. Indeed, there are stories of a rogue colonel who was to be court-martialed but instead took his own life. Perhaps he is connected to these abominations. Mainliner. In the 1970s, lethal injection was introduced as the most humane means of state-sanctioned killing. To date, 25 such procedures have taken place in Abbot. This creature, I call him the Mainliner, appears to suffer with every move he makes. Perhaps the mixture of sodium pentothal, pancuronium bromide, and potassium chloride in his veins is not to his liking. The numerous needles jabbed into his body cannot help his disposition. Noose Man. Not only is this Noose Man dead from being hung by the neck, but he also appears to have had his skin removed. I wonder if these creatures are tied to the legendary story of the inmates who, outraged by the death of fellow workers in a quarry mining accident, hung and skinned 5 COs. The Noose Men are more supernatural than many of their brethren, ripping themselves straight out of the ceiling in some entirely impossible manner. Burrower. These burrowers are some of the most lethal creatures I have encountered, primarily due to their ability to spring forth from the ground itself and just as quickly re-submerge. They're closely tied to the very soil of Carnate, a theme among these monstrosities. Its appearance is of a human body tied up in a gunny sack and constrained by leather straps, with deadly steel chains attached at various locations. I believe they represent those buried alive. Fester. Continually emerging from the slave ship, these are the festering creatures who foil my attempts to escape this confounded rock. Rats live within their flesh, writhing within it and then springing forth randomly. They appear to be a reincarnation, not of the slaves, for then they would be of darker skin tone, but instead of the slave traders. In this form, they are forced to live out again and again the fate they forced upon those hapless slaves. Inferno. From what I have witnessed, this manifestation of evil appears to have 2 distinct forms. The first, a young girl in Puritan dress, perhaps 13 years of age. This transforms into an altogether more disturbing flaming creature. Both clutch a small handmade doll. To my mind, there is no doubt that these creatures are tied to the 3 young girls who made witchcraft accusations in the late 1600s and led to the incendiary death of 11 innocents. Dr. Killjoy. One of Abbot's most persistent legends tells of Dr. Killjoy, the quite insane psychiatrist surgeon who ran an asylum on Carnate. Doing research of my own, I found that he did indeed exist, though which stories are true and which are fabrication is anyone's guess. Since the cataclysm, I have 3 times seen a surgeon formed of pure light, reminiscent of 16mm film projection come to life. Could this be the fine doctor? Horace. Many inmates break once inside Abbot, but none have snapped more extremely than Horace Gage, who, the tale goes, became convinced his wife wasn't safe without his protection and sliced her to ribbons during a conjugal visit. He ended up in the mercy chair, electrocuted by Abbot's then executioner Hermes Haight. For years, inmates have said he haunts Abbot, and I believe I saw him 10 minutes ago. I surely wish I had not. Hermes. Since the cataclysm, I have several times found myself mysteriously surrounded by noxious green fumes. I have fled in each case, and I think if I had not, I might not be alive to write this now. Within the gas, I have seen a humanoid who seemed to take great joy in the prospect of my death. Could this be Hermes, Abbot's resident executioner for several decades? If I recall, he took his own life in the gas chamber. I only briefly saw this enormous creature a single time, near the docks. I cannot even begin to describe him, save for one thing. He seems to be quite literally connected to an inmate, the convicted killer Torque. Incredible as it may sound, this creature appears to have a miniature version of Torque attached to him via a long umbilicus. Beyond that, I can only say that I view him as the most evil of all the creatures, a pure manifestation of fury and hatred. Torque's family. In one of my other entries, I discussed Torque, The notorious inmate who seems at ease dispatching these creatures. I recall seeing in the sun a picture of the man's ex-wife and 2 boys, and I have drawn it here from memory. I remember they were a beautiful family, and it seems unbelievable that any man so blessed would have the audacity to kill them so savagely. But as we all know, beauty alone is often not enough. Torque. Since the Cataclysm, I have seen the death of many inmates. But one seems to be an unstoppable survivor. I've seen him take out packs of marksmen and slayers without even breathing hard. Torque is an inmate of some ill repute, having been sentenced to die for the killing of his ex-wife and children. Of course, being convicted and being guilty are 2 different things. Perhaps he will save us all, but I feel certain he will at least save himself. The creature. I saw this creature in a dream, and he seems somehow connected to these horrific events. In my dream, I witnessed the inmate Torque transform into this beast and lay waste to all around him. Since the Cataclysm, I have seen Torque go berserk, killing beasts with his bare hands. But of course, during such times, he himself does not actually transform into a beast. He merely becomes intensely enraged. The meaning of my dream, I leave for the reader to discern.
When Ernesto took his job at Abbot, I was far from excited. When he told me we would need to move to Carnate Island as well, I was not happy at all. But I tried to find a good side to the situation. I've always been interested in the history of unique places. What kind of history would we find on Carnate? This scrapbook project was started primarily to fill my time here, but also so I could record what I had discovered. In my exploration of the island, I uncovered many of Carnate's secrets. Though I record them here, I do not think I will tell the world about what I have found. Carnate is a place whose secrets are best kept to itself. The island. Carnate Island is approximately 3 miles wide and lies some 10 miles off the coast of Maryland. In addition to man-made structures, Carnate is also home to a labyrinthine natural cave system, unlike anything I have seen before. Through my studies, I learned of the island's dark and unsettling history. Though it may sound ridiculous to say it, Carnate seems to bring out the worst in those who make the mistake of coming here. Abbot State Penitentiary. Originally built as part of Fort Malison to house German POWs during World War II, it was taken over by Maryland following the war and converted into Abbot State Penitentiary. Mostly built out of local quarry rock, the prison is now home to nearly 1,000 inmates and has the worst safety record and highest homicide rate of any prison in the Maryland Department of Corrections system. The state also carries out the majority of its death sentences here. The Death House. The most ominous structure inside of Abbot is the Death House. Electrocution, gas, and lethal injection have all been used within its walls, though only the last is still used today. The Death House is also the prison's oldest structure, built as the administration building when the prison was a POW camp. Its basement was also built during the war, and in it, you can still see relics of that time. The basement has been closed off for 20 years. Prison cemetery. When an inmate dies and his family does not claim the body, he is buried here. The cemetery is named after the infamous corrections officer, Hermes T. Haight. He was in charge of executions for several decades before finally killing himself in the gas chamber. Also buried here is notorious inmate Horace Gage, who savagely killed his wife on a conjugal visit. To me, the cemetery is the most bleak and depressing place on all of Carnate. The Quarry. At the same time the prison started operation, digging commenced at Carnate Quarry. Prisoners were forced to work this quarry for 12 hours a day, cutting the rock that would be used to build the prison walls. Work conditions in the quarry were far from ideal. Inmates who complained were severely disciplined. Carnate Quarry has not been in use since the 1960s, with its mining equipment simply abandoned where it stood to rust and collapse. Cave-in. At some point in the mid-50s, weak mineshaft support beams gave way and trapped a number of quarry workers under several tons of rubble. The official story was that the prisoners were killed instantly. Other inmates maintained that the workers survived the collapse, but no attempt was made to rescue them. The inmates were so enraged, they revolted against the COs and lynched 5 of them. What really happened may never be known. The Asylum. On the far western edge of Carnate stands an old Victorian home built in 1877. In 1899, the home was converted into the oddly titled Carnate Institution for the Alienated. This small institution was run by one Dr. Killjoy, whose methods were far from conventional and often tragically lethal. What exactly happened to Dr. Killjoy is unknown, but the asylum was abandoned in the 1930s and has been uninhabited ever since. Burned house. Though I know little about this site, these ruins of an old home are oddly fascinating to me. The small house appears to be from the mid-19th century, and I would say it certainly predates the asylum. Nearby is an old abandoned well that seems to be especially deep. Since the house burned down, one cannot help but wonder if Carnate itself was trying to drive away the people who lived inside it, if one chooses to believe in such things. Slave shipwreck. On the northwestern beach of the island is a massive shipwreck from the early 18th century. The ship carried a cargo of slaves and was en route to Norfolk when it was knocked off course and crashed. Apparently, the traders feared releasing the slaves they carried and instead left them trapped in the hull, where they were slowly eaten by rats. How the ship has survived the elements nearly 3 centuries is certainly a mystery. The Bluff. On the south side of the island, near Fort Malison, there is a bluff which appears to have been forgotten since the 1940s. Along the ocean side of the bluff are 3 wood posts riddled with bullets, to which dead bodies are still attached. This seems to be the site of the little-known 1944 execution of 3 American soldiers, executed on suspicion of treason. No actual evidence of wrongdoing was ever found. Crashed plane. This bizarre relic is a Horton 229A1, an experimental plane developed by the Germans during the latter stages of World War II. It crashed on Carnate in 1944 to the great distress of the fort's colonel. Taking his cue from the Japanese internment camps of the West, the colonel wanted to root out the traitors he suspected had led the plane to Carnate. He executed 3 of his own men who happened to be of German ancestry, but who were almost certainly innocent. Why the plane actually crashed here remains a mystery. World War II fort. Built in 1942, Fort Malison served as both coastal defense facility and POW camp. The fort had some 250 men and held approximately 1,000 prisoners. The fort's most notorious story is of its colonel, who executed 3 of his men for treason because a German airplane crashed on the island. A subsequent court-martial found no evidence to justify these executions, and the colonel ended up taking his own life. Old Cemetery. This cemetery is home to the remains of 11 Puritans who were accused of witchcraft and burned at the stake in 1681. Witch burning was all but unheard of on this continent, with other suspected witches, such as those in Salem, having met their demise at the end of a rope. It appears that hanging was not enough for the residents of Goodsmith, no doubt because Carnate Island is a place that drives people to extremes. Burning site. In the 17th century, Carnate was home to a small Puritan village named Goodsmith. In 1681, for unknown reasons, a 13-year-old girl accused several townsfolk of witchcraft. Joined by 2 close friends of hers, the trio formed an unholy alliance, which led to the burning of 11 people, all of whom are interred nearby. Shortly thereafter, the girls mysteriously disappeared. This is the place where those terrible burnings occurred. The lighthouse. The lighthouse is the oldest standing structure on Carnate Island. Its cornerstone states its date of construction as 1834. The light was originally oil-powered, but since the 1950s has run off of a nearby generator. Similarly, the lighthouse's rotation was originally powered by a system of gears that would periodically need to be recranked. To this day, when the power goes off, the motion needs to be restarted by hand cranking. The town. Built on the site of the Puritan village of Goodsmouth, this town is home to nearly 30 corrections officers and their families. It has a single dilapidated general store, a small, overgrown park, and a church that for as long as anyone can remember has had no minister. It is generally agreed that no one would live in this depressing place were it not for the daunting distance back to the mainland and lack of ferry service. The docks. The only functional dock remaining on Carnate, this is the sole point of entry for inmates and their visitors, as well as corrections officers, and those of us who happen to be married to them. I remember the first day I came to Carnate. It was raining in sheets, and the ship had trouble docking. I remember thinking the island didn't want us coming here. I've long thought it would have been better if we had turned back then.